Back in 2023, I had interviewed Tim Ballard about the time that his movie Sound of Freedom came out. I don't remember if it was the week of the opening or a week before, but it was right then. I think it was the very beginning of July, because I think it came out around July 4th in 2023. Then later in August, September is when the Vice article hit. And I was in Egypt after this and was in contact with a number of people and I was gathering information on what was going on, what was happening here from different angles and different sources. And I even interviewed the women that were accusing him of foul play, right? And in fact, I think I interviewed them before anybody did that I know of, anybody in the media. This is before Glenn Beck. This is before they had attorneys. And I was up all night, several nights, while I was in Cairo doing this. And my wife and I were there, and it was a lot to take in and to try and figure out what was going on. I didn't like what I saw in terms of how the church handled this. I think that the church may have been painted into a corner because the Vice article was coming out. They were going to publish it regardless, and maybe the church felt they had to say something. I think there were other things that went into that, but in the end, I didn't like how it was handled at all. I don't think you try someone in public like that. And I said that at the time. And then on the other things, as I was gathering information about everything else, well, I had my own opinions on that separately. And, but regardless, I stayed fairly neutral. And I put out 2 videos at that time in September of 2023. You can go back and take a look at those on the channel or search for those. And did it from my hotel room. And it was kind of a crazy time because I was speaking to so many different people while I was trying to run a tour or be a part of a tour there in Egypt. Well, then I didn't say anything about Tim for several years. I didn't go into anything. I certainly don't have a vendetta against anybody. But then earlier this year, Tim came out and he said something that I thought crossed the line. I thought it crossed the line. Now, he says something different about that, and I'm not going to go into that right now. But he would, I think, say that I'm wrong on what I'm saying, and he's right, and there's a difference of opinion there, and fine, whatever. But I did a video at that time when I thought that he had crossed the line and had a guest on someone who knew Tim and was associated with Tim. He claims that he was fairly close to Tim. Tim says he was not. So, you're going to have to listen to the two of them and decide for yourself what the reality is there. And Tim and I have mutual friends, and I was speaking to them, and they said, hey, Tim has made this response video to your video because he did not like the interview that I did at all. And so they asked me to watch it, and I did. I went through it, and it's long, and went through all of it. And then they were hoping that I was maybe going to post it on the channel, which I have no problem doing. And that's what this is. This is Tim Ballard's response to my interview that I had with Ryan Fisher. And I have no problem with it because I've always believed in awareness. And I always believe in kind of an open book policy of, hey, take this, look at it, decide for yourselves. That's what this channel has always been about. It is about you deciding for yourself. Let me get as much information out to you as I can. Not that I don't have my own opinions. I do. But I think awareness is key. And so this response video is unedited. It is all Tim. It is, and I'm not touching it, right? I'm not changing a thing on it. So it is all him and his response to my video. And this is Tim in his own words, and then you can make your own decision on this. This episode is brought to you by the Wavemakers Podcaster Cruise. This is coming up in November 14th through 21st. Very excited about this. We did this last year. It is a great time. We will have Hayden and Jackson Paul from the Stick of Joseph, Andrea Woodmansey, Carden Ellis of Ward Radio, Jonah Barnes, Hannah Stoddard, Aron Secondi, Jacob Hansen, Kevin Prince, Sarah Clark. It's going to be a fantastic time. Great presentations, bringing the online community in with everyone, complete access to the influencers for a week, sailing up the California coast to Ensenada, Catalina, and San Francisco. Go to cwicmedia.com, scroll up to the top to trips and events, and then scroll down to Wavemakers. I would love to see you there. Here's Tim in his own words.
Hey guys, I'm really excited to do a review of a podcast that talked a lot about me. This is the podcast of Greg Mattson. It's called CWIC. I don't have anything against Greg. He had a guest on his show named Ryan Fisher. And that's who we're mostly going to talk about. I'm going to respond to everything. First, I want to tell you something. This is true. You might not believe this. I have a very busy travel schedule. We're rescuing children all around the world. I have never watched this podcast. You're going to literally watch me watch this and comment for the first time. That's how confident I am that it's all full of defamation, okay, because I know Ryan Fisher. I'm not sure what Greg's going to say, but I'll respond to whatever he says as well. I don't have anything against Greg Mattson. I'm surprised that he platformed this person. I can tell you he didn't do any vetting, because had he done any vetting with anyone respectable in the podcast community or just call my team, he never would have platformed this person. But I don't regret that he did, because I see these things as net positives. Why? Because a line is drawn between light and darkness, and you're going to find out who Ryan Fisher is. He's been defaming me for like 3 years. And so I welcome this opportunity. And, some people are good liars, 2 truths and a lie, and that can take longer to kind of parse out the truth. People like Ryan are 3 lies and then 10 more lies. So it won't be hard to unmask Ryan Fisher. Why have I not done it yet? Well, for the same reason that when I was sued by a bunch of lying women and men, and almost all those cases have been dismissed by now, but people, especially in the Utah media, don't like to report that because it's embarrassing because they had defamed me earlier. But the reason I waited a whole year after they sued me. I sued them back on the eve of the statutes running. Why did I do that? I did that for the same reason I'm only now addressing Ryan Fisher. And I'm only addressing Ryan Fisher because I am told in the LDS community that Greg Mattson's show is respectable. So this is the first time I've seen Ryan Fisher on what I would consider a respectable show that respectable people watch. So it's a good opportunity for me to respond, because I think respectable people will be listening and they should hear the truth. But the reason I wait is because you give them rope. If I respond too soon, you will never find out who they are. It's a tactic I use in operations when I'm fighting traffickers. You have to give them opportunity to keep talking and talking and talking without stopping them. Sometimes you even make yourself dead. You play dead. And then they get more confidence. They get dopamine hits every time they lie. That's Ryan Fisher. It's all about a dopamine hit. And they end up saying so much that we're at that point now that he has said enough, and especially on this show. So I'm going to literally go through the whole thing. Before we get into it, let me tell you who Ryan Fisher is to me. It's unfortunate that I think the title of this is, has Tim Ballard lost it? And then Greg Mattson refers to Ryan as my right-hand man. Okay, I almost want to laugh. Imagine someone in your life that was just a little blip, or whatever, and a bad one, and then they come out later and say, I'm your right-hand man. I mean, that in and of itself is defamatory in every way. Ryan Fisher saw me presenting at a Rod Meldrum conference 15 years ago, and he asked me to be interviewed on his show, Nephite Explorer. Ryan has since left the church. I have not. That's what's funny. Ryan's left the church and turned against the church, became an anti-Mormon, but anyway, I was on his show, and it was okay. It was fun, I thought. And then we decided to do a couple tours together, American Covenant tours, based on the research in my books. And I think on the 3rd or 4th one, I noticed that the people were increasing who were signing up for the tour, but my take was decreasing. And Ryan was in charge. We had a deal. I did all the content. I did all the lecturing. And Ryan took care of the logistics. And then we just cut 50-50. That's how we did it. Well, I finally got him on the phone. And I said, Ryan, what is going on? Why is my take going lower and lower and lower? He hemmed and hawed and eventually admits, well, I've been paying myself out of the pool of money, and then still taking half. So that's what we call embezzlement, okay, in most people's minds, right? I said, Brian, that would be like me charging you for the 20 years of research I did to get us on these tours. That's dishonest, simply dishonest, for you to be paying yourself and then still taking half of the pot. So I decided I wasn't going to work with him, and that was it. There was no contract. I decided I'm not going to work with you anymore. And he got very, very mad. He got very, very mad, okay? Ryan's not my right-hand man in anything. He lied to Greg Mattson. He had nothing to do with Operation Underground Railroad. Nothing. I'm going to go through this. I understand he talks about that. Again, I haven't watched it yet, so I'll probably address some of those things. But Ryan Fisher gets mad. I get defamed in 2023, and he, like others, takes the opportunity to, look, it's basically this. He was trying to get rich and famous off my name and off my books. When I pushed him out, he decided he was going to still get rich and famous off me, off the Tim Ballard wave, if you will. You can write it as a good guy or a bad guy. And he tried it as a good guy, didn't work because he wasn't being a good guy. So then he decides to write it as a bad guy. Use my name to get on podcasts because everyone's talking about Tim Ballard, the controversy, I get it. And he jumps on to do what he can do. Now, he takes it to a level that is actually entertaining. It's literally entertaining when you watch this. It's a clown show. It's an absolute clown show. And there's so much I want to say, but I think I'll get to it when we're watching this for the first time. If not, I will follow up with more. That's the story. He's never been my right-hand man in any sense of the word. We went on like 3 tours together, and then I basically fired him. That's it. Okay, now I understand he inserts himself in my life and makes up stories as if he were there. I mean, it's delusional. It's delusional. He'll put himself places he wasn't. He'll put me places I wasn't. And you'll see that play out here. So here we go. First time I'm watching this. Greg Mattson, fire away.
All right, so it's time, I think, now to come out and talk about Tim Ballard. Everybody knows the story about him. He came out with a Sound of Freedom movie in summer of 2023. I interviewed him at that time about that movie. And then a couple months later, everything hit the fan, so to speak. A Vice article came out. He was excommunicated. And then there's been a journey that he's been going through the last couple of years that has not ended up, it appears, in a very good place, where he is now lashing out at the church and making horrendous implications on the prophets and the leaders of the church.
I thought I was going to be just addressing Ryan. Wow. So what Greg said is categorically false. I'm doing very well right now. He clearly hasn't done much research. I hope he can do that. I have not lashed out or made horrendous implications about the prophets. In fact, if you follow me, those of you know, I'm testifying of the Book of Mormon, of the prophets. My wife and I have decided to go after, expose what we're calling the deep church, the deep state. Okay, clearly he hasn't paid attention to anything. I've been bearing testimony of the prophets. You'll see in my series Backfire, 3 episodes are out. Watch those. And the fact that Greg was able to say that without suggesting the timing of all this, right? Like, as if this couldn't be a political hit. 100 million people see Sound of Freedom. President Trump asked me to run for Senate of Utah. Okay, 3 weeks later, Sound of Freedom Act is coming out with Congress, which is going to expose abuse of all kinds on the border, in Utah, with our cover-ups. People get tied up with this satanic ritual abuse. All abuse is satanic. Okay, so, and I have not said anything about the prophets, so that is categorically false. Not quite sure why he did that. We should be Matthew 18 compliant. It's very important. Understand, me and my team, I lead teams that rescue children. That's a vehicle that saves kids. I think people should be very careful when you attack a team that's rescuing children. And if you're saying things that are not true and you hurt that effort, there's some accountability there for podcasters. So I'm surprised to hear Greg Mattson say something that is categorically false about me. And the timing, to think it's not a political hit, or at least to bring it up. The timing's interesting, don't you think? 5 years, Sound of Freedom sits on the shelf. No one touches it. Angel Studios has the courage to put it out. 3 weeks after I say I'm running for Senate, the Vice News article comes out. Defamation, It is from people inside the deep church. They lied. They know they lied. Go watch Backfire, okay? They said that I never did projects associated with the church. Just my books alone made $4 to $5 million for them. I was on their stage. I helped all the apostles in multiple projects. They know it's a lie. So the fact that we're starting off on such a bad foot is disturbing. I thought I was just addressing Ryan, but again, I welcome the opportunity, and I think I hope Greg's a fair guy, that he will put my response on here. So that's false. Watch Backfire and other things that are going to be coming out about the truth of that. And I'm in a very good place. I'm in the best place I've ever been in my life, actually. I'm closer to the Savior, to the Scriptures. So that was an interesting characterization that Greg Mattson, who doesn't know me, apparently I was on a show. I did a ton of interviews. I don't even remember. Anyway, let's see what else he says.
Right? Satanic ritual, abuse, just ridiculous big lie type things because he's upset.
Okay, stop. Wow, Greg. I'm upset, so I'm lying again. Wow, this is worse than I thought. Where did I say that? Where did I say these things that the prophets are involved in SRA? Show me where I said it. Okay, I have definitely said that the deep state is involved with this stuff. The deep church, 100% with cover-ups. I know this. Anyway, let's keep going.
That for whatever reason he's been excommunicated and he's not back in the church, and it's very unfortunate, right? This guy has done some real good things in his life, and seems to have decided that he's going to go down a path of narcissism instead of a broken heart and a contrite spirit, and trying to change his life.
I really hope you show this response. Greg, you should get to know somebody before you start diagnosing them. Again, I think that I have shown, if you follow me, I'm a supporter of the church. I still take the sacrament. The excommunication it's false. Go watch Backfire. You can't violate everything in the scriptures. This was a hit job. It was a PR hit job. I wear my garments. I take the sacrament. I'm close with my bishop, with my ward. So you're mischaracterizing me, and anyone who knows me would say that as well. Okay, let's go.
And now, the reason I'm coming out now is because now there are people that are actually listening to him, which is scary. There are people that are actually listening to him and the garbage that he's spewing about the church and his rants, and falling from the church, right? They're losing their testimonies as he supports others that are talking.
I am bearing my testimony of the gospel all the time. Greg clearly doesn't follow me at all. I'm bearing testimony of the Book of Mormon. I'm bearing testimony of the prophets. Like I said, I'm not falling away from the church. This is getting, wow, I thought this was about Ryan Fisher. This is more about Greg Mattson. These are all lies, everybody. Everything he has said so far. I'm not going to say he's a liar. I think he might be confused. I hope he can be contrite at this point and recognize that he doesn't know me and he's characterizing me in a way that is false. Okay, so let's keep going.
About this SRA and that hey, the church has fallen and etc. And it's a little bit concerning now at this point. So, and I'm actually surprised that more faithful, we haven't really seen many faithful podcasts or platforms coming out and saying anything about this.
Greg, that's because they're following me. That's why they're not coming out about this, because they are informed. They decided to be Matthew 18 compliant, and they're following me. I've talked to a lot of your friends, and they were shocked at this podcast. They reached out to me and said, I can't believe what he's doing. Bringing Ryan Fisher on, according to one very prominent podcaster, he told Greg, he said, bringing Ryan Fisher on to talk about Tim Ballard is like bringing Hitler on to talk about the Jews. That was a quote. And Greg hasn't done anything to retract or even rectify or consider that what he's saying might be off. The reason other podcasts aren't talking about this, Greg, is because they're following me and they know that everything you just said is a mischaracterization. Keep rolling.
Online, and it's talked about online in terms of social media, but actually covering this is something else. In fact, you see mostly maybe even some channels that have been covering this. So I'm going to do a couple of episodes on this. This one is interviewing Ryan Fisher, who was Tim's right-hand man.
Greg, buddy, why state things as fact that you don't know? Ryan Fisher was no more my right-hand man than some guy I hardly know from Adam. This guy he's delusional. You could have just picked up the phone and called anyone on my team, and you never would have done this podcast. Okay, roll.
He's got a lot to say about Tim that you should hear. And if you've heard about what's going on, Ryan's going to be able to enlighten you a little bit more on the beginnings of Tim before even OUR started. And some very interesting things are brought to light in this interview. After this interview, I will be doing another episode that is going to be more on things that I've worked on and researched. I actually interviewed some of the women before I think any other media platform actually did. I could be wrong on that, but I think that's right. Before Glenn Beck talked to anybody, before they had legal representation, most of them. This was back in September of 2023, and had several hours of interviews with them. At the time, I did do an episode on this at the time, but kept things rather general for specific reasons that I didn't know exactly what needed to be put out publicly for these women. And then we'll cover a little bit about what Tim publicly on his posts and other podcasts has been talking about over the last several months. And it's just a spiral in my mind that I see.
Okay, stop. He's never going to do that podcast because he won't find any content that he just told you he's going to find. He'll find content of me bearing testimony of the gospel and pointing out that there has been an infiltration inside the corporation of the church. And there has been. That's prophesied, by the way. So when you see it happen, it should increase your testimony of the gospel, not the opposite. Okay, I've never encouraged anyone to leave the church. I encourage people to stay in the church. Now, he's addressed these women. Does he know that Todd Shaughnessy shut the whole thing down? Judge, 3rd District Court? This is a guy who did very little to no research. These women, most of the cases have been dismissed, and I'm suing them now. 3 of them are likely going to jail for perjury, for email theft, for accomplice to child trafficking, and it's all connected to this vast conspiracy that actually started in Washington, D.C. When 3 weeks after I said I was going to run for Senate. There's so much content, guys, on my link tree. Go look at the FAQs. I've been very transparent. Go look at what the judge said. The judge called them liars in a 58-page ruling on July 18th. Greg should know these things. These are the women he had talked to. They've been discredited and dismissed in court. One of them is a human trafficker who sued me and my wife. Does Greg know that my wife was sued by these same people for sexual assault? Bring that up, because that pretty much discredits all of them. So this is someone who's done, I would almost say, zero research. I think he's going off things people have told him. That's not very responsible, because everything so far has been a mischaracterization just in the intro. So keep rolling.
Ryan, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So how are you associated with Tim? How did you know him? Give the audience an idea of your association with him over, I believe, around 7 years.
I met Tim in 2011 when I was starting a TV program called Neophyte Explorer that was on KJAZ from 2012 to 2016. Just explored Book of Mormon geography, interesting scriptural archaeology, things like that. And I went to a research conference in Orem, and Tim was presenting some of his research on a theory he has about the Book of Mormon playing a role in the life of Abraham Lincoln and shaping how he views the world, and informed him on how to conduct the Civil War. I heard his presentation. I thought it was pretty fascinating research, and so I decided to put him on my TV show. He was an aspiring author at the time. He was just coming out with a book called The American Covenant, and I read his book. I thought there's a lot. I was really passionate, still am really passionate about American history and our founding fathers and the principles that our country was built on. So his message that kind of seemed to fill in and connect some of the doctrines of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints with the miracles of the Revolutionary War and the inspirational stories surrounding the founding fathers. That really resonated with me, and it's something that I wanted to promote. And so I platformed him on my TV show for 6 years, 4 years when it was on KJazz, and longer after that. Featured some of his research.
Okay, stop. I want to clarify something. He said, like, he makes it sound like I was with him filming for 6 years. I think I filmed like maybe over a course of 6 months. I think he's saying it played for that long. I'm not sure, but to pretend that we were like in a shoot for 6 years is absolutely false. Okay, it was very short. I think he just kept playing it over and over again. I think I was only in season 1 or episode 1 or 2. I can't remember, but it was not a big deal. Go ahead.
We traveled around the country together, and then I also ran an American Covenant tour, which we took people who are fans of my show and fans of Tim's books on bus rides through the providential places where miracles happen in founding of America. And then I also was there for helping him to start Operation Underground Railroad.
Okay, stop. That is an absolute lie. He had nothing to do with Operation Underground Railroad. He might have been there when I was talking to people about it. You'll hear that story. Also, you need to know he's an anti-Mormon, so to pretend that he somehow supports those tours like it was a good thing, the entire tour was about the Book of Mormon. Everything I wrote about, everything I still believe wholeheartedly. So it's disingenuous for him to act like I think he's playing to Greg Madsen to make him feel like he's somehow a supporter still of the church. I think he's taking his records off the name of the church. I'm not comfortable with just how he's characterizing these tours. He would be against everything that I stand for and what I believe in.
The nonprofit that aspired to rescue kids from human trafficking. Mm-hmm. And so I was part of the beginning of that, and I was involved in many film projects with him, and I even got a special calling or film project from Elder Ballard during that time.
That is absolutely false and frankly disgusting. Elder Ballard didn't ask him to do anything. He came to one meeting, it was awkward, he was awkward, and we left, and Elder Ballard said, please don't bring that guy back in. I just brought him in because he wanted to hear about the guy I was working with doing American Covenant tours, because Elder Ballard was very interested in the research. Elder Ballard did not give him any special commission. Absolute lie. Next.
It all spanned to about 2017 when we had a following out, and I left the career of Tim Ballard for good, having become aware of who he really is and what his motivations were, which weren't pure.
What he's saying is he's mad because I left him. He can't do the tour without me. I'm the tour. He did logistics. He doesn't know this stuff. My wife was actually really annoyed when we were watching. I was a little bit watching his Nephite Explorer because he pretended that he was discovering my research. And he's done this to other people too. You can talk to a lot of other people. Okay, and so Catherine's like, he made it look like he discovered this stuff. And I said, whatever, we kind of let it go. He found out who I was when I fired him, because I told you he was embezzling money. It wasn't a ton because we weren't making a ton of money, but I told you what he did. It's dishonest. And I said, I'm not working with you anymore. It was as simple as that. And I said, Ryan, go ahead and do the tour if you want. I won't stop you, but I'm going to do my tours without you. He can't do the tour. That's why he's mad, because he doesn't have the content. He can't stand up and talk about this stuff. So understand, this is a scorned person who lost his opportunity to use my research and my name to make himself rich and famous or whatever he sought. And this is purely just scorn and a vendetta for him to jump into something he has no knowledge about. Operations, OUR, he was no part of it. But he used this opportunity many, many years later. I get hit in a political hit campaign weeks after I announced I'm running for Senate, because President Trump asked me to. That's all filmed, by the way. That's what this is. And Greg, if he saw the context and the timing and calendared this thing out and saw what it was, he would know that. But Ryan he's a simple opportunist and a liar. I don't designate many people liars, by the way. I'm trying to be very careful. A lot of people have lied about me, and I say they lied about me. I'm trying to be very careful. There's like 3 people that receive the designation as liar, because that's all they know how to do. Ryan Fisher is a liar. Okay, that's a consensus of everybody who knows him and me and the situation.
weren't aligned with principles that I got behind early on, unfortunately.
So earlier on, you liked him, you like what he represents, as most people did. He's out to help in human trafficking. He's got seems to be very supportive of the church and founding principles of America. All these things that ring true with so many Latter-day Saints, right? What was it that started creating a disillusionment for you with Tim? When did that start, and how did that play out until you finally left?
Yeah, it's one of those things where there's red flags all along the way, but it took a cumulative view of all these red flags. The very first one with OUR actually was we were assembling the very first jump team of operators that were going to go into third world countries and pose as tourists looking for access to kids and hopefully flesh out the bad guys, be able to rescue the kids. That very first jump team training went really badly. One of the guys that was on our team accidentally got shot through his calf. During our weapons training, we were on the front line, like with sidearms and AR-15s, and practicing our weapons training. And he went down to reach and grab his sidearm, and his finger went into the trigger well, and he accidentally shot himself through the calf. Accidents happen with guns. We fortunately had a combat medic on standby there, and while they're bandaging him up, Tim came to me and two other instructors and asked if he or anybody knew about the holster. And we're like, what holster? Well, he said the holster that we gave him didn't match that, wasn't for that gun. And what he's referring to is holsters are designed where the trigger well is sealed so that when you reach down to grab your gun, your finger doesn't go into the trigger well and accidentally pull the trigger and shoot yourself through the calf. Well, he had given this guy who came without his own weapon a incorrect holster for that gun that didn't fit, and that contributed to his accident. I mean, that's exactly what holsters were supposed to prevent from doing. The problem is Tim immediately pulled me and the other instructors aside. It's like, well, that holster doesn't match that gun, so we got to keep that under wraps. And he told us to separate the gun from the holster. He said the sheriff's coming. They always investigating, kind of shooting. The sheriff is coming with the paramedics. Separate the gun from the holster. Make sure that those aren't together. And if anybody asks, make sure that keep that under wraps. And that put me in a moral conflict right then and there, to where he was asking me to cover up his responsibility for a horrible accident that was it turned out to be a life-threatening or life-altering injury for this guy. And but he convinced us that the mission of trying to rescue kids is more important. Keep your eye on the prize, on the bigger picture. And if this ended up being a lawsuit, OUR hadn't even gotten nonprofit status at this point. We're still in the fundraising side of it. Any sort of bad press or anything that looks bad or makes Tim look like he doesn't know what he's doing could be bad for our goal of getting this nonprofit off the ground. And so he kept us focused on that. And so I went along with it. Sadly, I was like, okay, yeah, I understand that this could be really bad for OUR, and it could lead to a lawsuit that could really hamper our efforts to get it off the ground. Saving kids is more important than taking responsibility and helping this guy who had this horrible accident.
He seems to end up using that reasoning and that values hierarchy, so to speak, an awful lot throughout the following years.
Yeah, anytime he's done something allegedly criminal or has hurt somebody or has done something ethically or morally wrong, he always defaults to, well, we're trying to save kids. It's a messy process. There's no white handbook or there's no manual for how to save kids. So we just got to go with it. The bigger goal is to save kids. And that's what he's told the women that had major reservations, to put it mildly, with his sexual advances on them during operations.
Okay, wow. Okay, the women have been discredited. Well, if he goes into that, again, I've told you where to go look. These women changed their lawsuits 4 times. They got kicked out for that. We had videotapes of them, of trainings where they said I stood over their bodies and said, "Don't call an ambulance." That's Bree Ryder. We have the video. I wasn't even at the training, okay? They made me, and Ryan is following that script right now. You won't believe this, what I'm gonna tell you right now. You won't even believe this, okay? An investigative tactic, an investigative tactic you should use is when you ask someone what their first piece of evidence is. Do this, it's helpful in life. Okay, tell me what you mean when you make this characterization about me. I use this hierarchy and whatever to say that, everything's, the means justify the ends, whatever. Okay, give me your first piece of evidence. The first thing they come out with is gonna be their most compelling argument. So the fact that Ryan chose this as his first one tells you pretty much everything you need to know. We could almost shut down the interview after this, because guess what, guys? I wasn't at that training. I literally, physically wasn't there. Everything he said was like that much of a lie. This is delusional. This is like, go see a therapist kind of delusion if he believes it. I wasn't there. This was in the fall of 2013. You couldn't get sued because there was no OUR. We didn't even exist. What it was a group of people came out from California that were interested in encouraging me to start a nonprofit. I was an HSI special agent at the time this training happened. It was a concept. I can't even remember who came up for it. I was there for a meeting where we talked about what this would look like. But I can tell you this is good. I remember a few of them. Okay, Craig Anderson was there, and he brought his good friend and my good friend, Rob O'Brien. Rob O'Brien would go on to become the national security advisor to President Trump. And he will testify 1,000,000 times, along with everybody else, that Tim Ballard was not even on the range. I mean, that's how outlandish this is. This is insane. But I love it because it tells you who Ryan Fisher is. And the person, unfortunately, I heard about it, they called me. I was at the Salt Lake office working my job as an HSI special agent, and I was like, whoa, that's horrible. I can't remember the guy's name. He was a nice guy, red hair. These weren't operators, by the way. These were Rob O'Brien, these people, they weren't training to be operators. It was like a shoot for fun. But we weren't training operators. I didn't even remember that Ryan was there. He must have, I don't know why he was there. Did he do some filming, maybe? I don't even know why he was there. I wouldn't have known he was there because I wasn't there. It was a group of just people. I can remember the group that just put the training on. Again, I had nothing to do with it. A guy named Jaron Tree, good guy, special ops guy, I think that's what I was referring to. He's a medic. He'll testify in court, because this will likely end up in a court, okay, all this stuff. He'll testify I wasn't there. So I had nothing to do with holsters or guns. I didn't bring anyone a gun. I didn't bring anyone a holster. This was everybody to himself. This was not an organizational thing. It certainly wasn't a training to train operators. Ryan Fisher's not an operator. Craig Anderson's not an operator. This guy was definitely not an operator. He was starting his own foundation. He was a businessman. It was a shoot for fun situation. I was not there. Everyone there will testify. If I can find I don't remember the guy's name that got hurt. I felt bad for him. If I can find him, he'll come on and say, he did something, he made a mistake on the range and shot himself, and he didn't hold anyone liable, didn't even try to, because he was an honest guy, and he will tell you, I was not there. This is the delusion of Ryan Fisher, and we're just getting started. Roll the next phase.
Had on a massage table, and some had asked the massage therapist to do some sexual things to her, and she ended up jumping up and was in the bathroom crying, and he came to her, and this is in court documents, you can read about these testimonies, came to her and said, what you did was instrumental. We got a lot of intelligence from those women that are going to save kids.
Okay, stop.
I know that was hard.
This is an absolute lie by Sasha Hightower. I've done videos exposing this already. We'll insert it here again. These women were compromised. Sasha's likely getting charged for this one. This was an operation. We were in a massage situation, clothed, and we get intel. She did a fantastic job. She didn't get up and cry. She did a fantastic job, and here's how we know that she didn't cry or have a problem. And again, I have a whole episode on Sasha Hightower. I just posted it actually a few weeks ago, maybe last week. In the debrief after this, what he's describing happened, and just because something's in a court document, guys, that means zip. I can say anything and put in a court document. The media does this trick. According to court documents, as if it's official. You can say anything. You can defame people, and you know this, okay? So anyway, Sasha Hightower, you'll see her in the briefing. Maybe we'll insert it here, maybe not, but because I did a show on it already. In the debrief, she did the debrief and explained everything that happened. She's excited. She's like, we got them. They were real kids. I had to go and rescue them later because she exposed it all in her lawsuit. And she's now likely going to be charged for being an accomplice of child trafficking and obstruction of justice for lying to get fame and money, okay? This is all a lie. From her own mouth, she says the words on the video, nothing happened. Tim was great. I was great. We did it. She led the debrief. And that was after these things happened. He's just repeating, parroting lies about a situation he has nothing about. It's a vendetta because I fired him for embezzling money. That's all this is. Roll the tape.
But we're gonna save kids because of what you did. And so he tries to redirect their focus and their well, I just went through something traumatic, but if it saves kids, I guess it's okay. And that's been how he operates with everybody for the last 10 years.
Stop. We did save kids on that operation. Operation Shattered Trust. We rescued 12 kids. Should have been 50 kids, but we had to go do it quicker, faster. We had to cut it short because Sasha revealed details, including the traffickers' names, the establishment. Baby Ruth was the cartel, Best Massage. You can watch the whole show. I did a whole show about this. We did rescue kids. It should have been 50, instead it was 12. So what Ryan's saying is just supporting people who are accomplices to child trafficking, liars, and people who obstructed justice and likely going to jail. This interview will not age well.
Covers up his immoral, unethical, and allegedly criminal behavior with a higher purpose, a higher goal, and tries to convince people that the ends justify the means, even though the means are absolutely damaging, breaking up families, breaking up marriages, destroying the people who he has contact with and their lives, just like the guy who got shot through the leg. His leg's permanently damaged for the rest of his life. And
Again, wasn't on the range, had nothing to do with it. That guy will tell you. And what families got broken up? What are you talking about? These women are liars. Guys, we have a litany of literature on this. Please go to my link tree, read about it. It's all there. They've lost in court for perjury. They perjured themselves. Read my countersuits. All the exculpatory evidence is in the countersuits. It's overwhelming. The problem is no one reads it. Greg Mattson doesn't read it. Ryan doesn't want you to read it. It's all in my link tree. We have everything. We're very transparent. I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink. Roll the tape.
Like, the irony of this, or the karma in all this, is I didn't know him at the time. And maybe 8 years later, he ended up moving into my neighborhood, and his daughter became best friends with my daughter, and getting to know her. She said, yeah, my parents help run a nonprofit for human trafficking. And I put two and two together and we ended up becoming really good friends. And I had to have a really hard conversation with him and apologize for my role in covering up what happened, because he didn't know to that day that that Tim was responsible in some way for his accident. Yeah. So this whole process of talking about Tim is my repentance process, my taking ownership for the role.
Wasn't on the range. Had nothing to do with it. They told me after everything had happened. I wasn't instructing anyone. Those people, Jaron Tree was in charge of the training, not me. He didn't even work for me. And I think he handled the situation correctly, from what I know, but I wasn't there. I wasn't organizing it. I wasn't in charge of it. Jaron Tree did this. I think that, they might have paid him. I imagine they paid him to give him a course, but I had nothing to do with it. It was a subsequent, a separate activity outside of a meeting I had with these people. And they wanted to do some shooting. They found Jaron. I was talking to Jaron about maybe being an operator. He never became one. Nothing against him, it just didn't work out. We never went on ops together that I can remember. This is ridiculous, guys. Jaron Tree never worked for me. He did this training to give a good time to some people who came up to talk with me. Again, not there, not on the field. But I'm glad that Ryan's finding a way to repent. He's repenting for the wrong things, bearing false witness is the thing he should be repenting for. Next.
I did play in building up this guy who took my dedication and the dedication and passion of a lot of other people.
Someone like Ryan Fisher has no mechanism by which to prop me up. He was using me to do that. This is he's failed in his profession, obviously. Okay, this is what he's resorting to. This is ridiculous. Okay, so if Ryan thinks he propped me up because of Nephite Explorer, which got canceled for good reason, all right, it wasn't my most favorite project I worked on, but anyway, just lie after lie, roll the tape.
People, and ran it off a cliff and hurt a lot of people in the process.
Yeah, it's this whole idea of the ends justify the means, and any means necessary, no matter what the boundaries are. It's okay because the goal here is so much higher, right? Now and that just opens, Pandora's box, so to speak, on everything.
Greg, you can't open Pandora's box with a lie. All we've talked about is lies so far. So I don't think the box has been opened yet, because it's not going to get opened, because it's all false keys and they're not going to get you into anything. Okay, this leads to nothing. This interview, I haven't even watched it, and I'm going to tell you, ahead of time, there's going to be nothing in this interview that's true. Roll.
And that is what happens. But before we move forward on this, what is your background to where you would be an instructor on using ARs and handguns, et cetera?
I wasn't an instructor. We had a couple of ex-Navy SEALs that were the instructors there, but I was at the time default right-hand man for Tim.
Never was this guy a default right-hand man. I don't even, if someone told me that he wasn't on the range that day, I would believe that. I didn't know he was there. Maybe he wasn't. Like, I'm just hearing this for the first time. He was associating with me at the time, so it was probably like we were in the same place, same time, and he heard about this, and I said, hey, we're friends. Come along to the range. I think he was into guns. Probably, he wanted to shoot. That's it, guys. It's like your buddy, like, hey, want to come on? This is not my right-hand man. Never was. If he was, guess what? When we started OUR, which would have been a few months later, had he been my right-hand man, here's your evidence. Go look at the 990s. Is Ryan Fisher's name show up anywhere? Anywhere. Ever. Wouldn't the right-hand man get hired by Operation Underground Railroad? Don't you think? A guy who's struggling professionally, doesn't have a job, really? He's an independent guy. I think my right-hand man would have been given a job, a contract, even a contractor. Zero. Right-hand mans are employees. Never did. Never was. Liar. Roll the fold. Roll it.
I was friends with him when he was with the Department of Homeland Security. And I kind of became this advocate and default right-hand man for him that was involved in not only helping organize OUR, but he'd have me, like, when he's trying to move to Utah, he'd have me look up real estate listings. He'd have me schedule speaking events. I would answer emails and media inquiries, and then I'd go to most or a lot of the meetings that were scheduled with him. And
I want Ryan to show me what email account, what's he talking about? I have no recollection of anything of the sort. I need him, this guy, to schedule media events for me? Again, where's the contract? Where is he on the 990s as a contractor or an employee? These things didn't happen. I have no memory. Maybe there's something he's referring to in his lie quest where, like, he knew someone that wanted me to speak. Maybe something like that, like a friend, like whatever, and I showed up. This guy was nothing. This is ridiculous. This is hilarious. Roll the tape.
Kind of became a default right-hand man. But at that time, my specialties with OUR was film. My background is documentary film and television.
Ryan, you need to show us anything that if your specialty at OUR was film, show us anything you filmed. I'm serious. Anything. Maybe he made his own little thing about it. I have no recollection of any film. What a specialist to have done zero work. Okay, maybe he'll find something that I didn't use. I can't remember anything. we weren't impressed with his work, I can tell you that. Go watch Nephi Explorer. It's not high quality stuff. If he did something, I don't remember, it was not significant. Maybe he did a little thing or something, but it's so insignificant to him say that his specialty at OUR produced some fruits that equate that description. Roll.
So that's primarily my background. What I was going to do is going to be the media outreach for OUR. And that's the other red flag that came up at that time is I had created the concept for the Abolitionist TV series, which he had later made into a documentary kind of fundraising movie that you may have seen or many people saw. And I lined up National Geographic Channel to air that, to produce it. And he walked away from that project for a couple reasons. One is it wasn't going to pay really well, which was a shock to me that profit motive was even a factor, because National Geographic Channel was going to air the Abolitionist TV series that I created in, I think, over 120 countries around the world. It would have been huge for bringing awareness to human trafficking, striking fear in the hearts of traffickers. I thought it was a slam dunk. But he had a problem with not getting paid well for it. And then it wasn't going to air in the United States. That was a problem for him. I later learned it was because of his fame seeking and political ambitions. He needed it to air in the United States for those reasons. But then the third one was he needed to have absolute total creative control, because what was going to happen on missions, what did end up happening on missions, and what ended up in his film, like even The Sound of Freedom, was a grossly fictionalized version of those events.
I know, for example, he did not even go in and save this guy. You know, that portion of the movie where he goes in into the jungle and finds this guy on his own and saves him and he actually ends up killing somebody on that mission in the movie. My understanding is that never even happened.
Guys, this is crazy. Okay, Ryan Fisher never developed the abolitionists. What Ryan Fisher is referring to is a single phone call. I remember where I was, because I was in my office at HSI. He's acting like he had this all set up, slam dunk. It was a phone call, like very, very like first contact initiation with someone he claimed was National Geographic. Maybe they were. Maybe at this point, I don't even know if they were. It was a phone call. It's just a voice of a woman. That's all I remember. He claimed she was an executive producer of some sort or connected to National Geographic. It didn't get past the first phone call. I hadn't even started OUR. What they offered me was, I appreciate they were honest, and it was an easy turn down. Easy to turn down. Why? Because they said, we're about entertainment, not about rescue. Literally, that's what they said. So I said, wait a minute, does that mean that if I go on this, I will have no control of where we operate? I don't remember anything about US or foreign. Why would that matter? If I could be a hero in Syria, and that'd make me just as famous in America if that's what I wanted. That has nothing to do with it. But the point was, they told me they were going to dictate everywhere I went. And I gave them this hypothetical. I said, so you're telling me that if I only had resources to do one operation for this episode, and I could rescue 100 kids here, but the one over here was more entertaining, that I wouldn't have control as to where I go do the rescue? They said, that's correct. And it was a very friendly conversation. And I said, thank you for being honest, but I can't do that. I have to do this because it's about rescuing children. They also offered me, I was making whatever, $110,000 a year at that time. No OUR existed. Okay, so there was not like, I have 9 children to take care of. And they said, we're going to pay you $30,000 a year. And I said, I can't even live off that with 9 children. Or maybe I had 6 or 7 at the time. And so that's what he's referring to, like profit motive. What are you talking about? I have to feed my family. I can't go from $110,000 government salary to $30,000, especially on a mission where I don't have the ability to choose where we go to rescue. This was a phone call, guys. He's making you feel like show us documents, Ryan. Where did you write up? You created the abolitionist concept? In the end, when we started OUR, it might have been a year later, when we started OUR, a film production company came to us, and they were talented in a way that Ryan is not. And so and that's another reason I'm realizing now that he's super upset, because he watched me go with these other guys, and they didn't put those kind of restrictions on. I said, we're going to do our thing and you can follow us and film us, but we're going to do our thing. I have to control where we're going because I'm trying to rescue children, not just create entertainment, guys. That's the story. Now, Greg Mattson, absolutely it was fictionalized. You guys are talking as if, oh, I got caught lying. Before the movie came out, we put out everything that was true and everything that was not true. Yes, I did pretend to be a doctor with multiple people when we went into that situation, okay? And I was up front from the beginning. You're going to see someone get killed. I didn't kill that guy. I don't know what else I can do but be transparent with Angel Studios, with OUR, put stuff out. I did interviews. I was so transparent about what was fictionalized and what's not. So it's not really fair to act like you just caught me 3 years later. By the way, you're going to get into the truth of Sound of Freedom. Ryan Fisher, you're going to find out, is running cover for a convicted child trafficker who's caught on tape saying and doing some of the most vicious, grotesque acts against children. Kelly Suarez. This interview is going to get really sick, and you're going to find out who this guy, Ryan Fisher, is, that he would support someone who sells children for sex, convicted. And this is not a fraud. She lost in court. She was convicted. It was upheld by the Supreme Court in Colombia, and I have all the receipts. I'm going to show it to you. I will show you the footage of what this woman, Kelly Suarez, was doing with a group of traffickers who've all been convicted. We film everything, thank goodness, so we can thwart liars like Ryan Fisher. Next.
Yeah, most of that movie is, I'd say 90% of it is fictional. I mean,
false.
He's creating.
Stop. This is so ridiculous, guys. I've said this, and this is honest, and I can back this up. I've always said this. The first 85% of the film is 85% accurate. Okay? There's real kids. You can talk to them. They'll come out and talk to you. The island scene, everything. I said the last 15% is about 15% accurate. I've said that from day one. They exaggerated the whole part of me going into the jungle. We did go as doctors. We were successful in that operation. I didn't go alone. I had a real doctor with me, and Matt Cooper was with me. It was a successful operation. But to say 95% is false is just ridiculous. And he knows that because he's seen the receipts. We've put the videos out that prove it. And if we were such a fraud, why are we going into production right now of Sound of Freedom 2 and 3? You're also going to watch Hidden War streaming on Angel Studios, which is ranking in some markets higher than Sound of Freedom ever was, and it's all real. You'll see real operations, real footage, and you're going to see how not fraudulent all of this is. And by attacking the vehicle that's rescuing children to this day, you have become part of the problem, not part of the solution. Roll the tape.
And that's with all of the movies, from the abolitionists I was working on. He ended up bringing in narrative filmmakers from Hollywood to tell the story instead of me, because I come from a journalist background. I worked for Fox, NBC, CBS News as a journalist. And I have some journalistic standards I have to stand by. And if something doesn't happen on an operation or doesn't happen, then that's not the story that we tell. And he has a problem with that because he just needs to get the footage to be able to tell the story that he wants. And then he spins these stories, these narratives, or now these conspiracy theories.
How on earth? So are you saying we recreated footage on the abolitionists? The abolitionists was successful. You can go ask Fletcher Entertainment. You're accusing them of not having integrity. There was not one scene that was recreated in that docuseries. Not one. Because it was a documentary. Yeah, these guys were from a feature film background. They're talented. Ryan's not talented. Go watch Nephi Explorer. He was very upset that I didn't choose him. It has nothing to do with his journalistic background. He's lied like 7 times. What a journalist. And it's just going to get worse after that. So unless you can show receipts, because you can't because they don't exist, how can you recreate a docufilm? Show me how. Maybe you can do it. We didn't do it. We didn't need to do it. The footage speaks for itself. If you want to go watch the abolitionist docufilm, and Hidden War is the same thing, and he'll lie about that too. He'll come up with some story, pretend that he was in a place that he wasn't. Show some receipts. They don't exist. The abolitionist is absolutely true. I stand by everything that happened there because it's a docu-series.
Him as a hero, as, the Jason Bourne kind of hero in the story, even if that isn't the case, even if that is like nowhere close to reality, and sadly. And so that's the other major red flag why I also had to step out. So I stepped out of
he didn't step out. He was not invited in. Guys, he didn't step out. You can't step out of something you were never inside of. Check the 990s. The guy was never hired for anything because he wasn't talented. And obviously he's got some issues with being honest. We didn't hire him. He didn't step out of anything. He was mad because I wouldn't let him step in. Are you seeing this? Because that's the truth. Next.
Of operations, going on missions, because I knew that Tim wouldn't have my back, and if something bad happened to me, I'd get left in the jungle.
Stop. This guy was never invited on an operation. Why would I bring this guy on an operation? Show me one email or text where I invited Ryan Fisher on an operation and he had to turn me down. He wasn't invited. He wasn't qualified. He wasn't wanted. He never was wanted, and that's why he's mad. But back it up.
If it was going to be damaging to his PR or his image somehow. I didn't trust him. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. But then also on the film side of it, which was my expertise, he wanted to tell a fictional version of himself. And ultimately he rode that fictional narrative about himself all the way to the blockbuster Sound of Freedom movie, which millions of people saw. And but it's not true. Like,
Stop.
Very little.
It was so fraudulent, Sound of Freedom, everybody, that we're in a bidding war for Sound of Freedom 2 and 3. People have vetted this. They vetted the next story and the following story after that. Ryan might even show up as a character in the third one because he's so outrageous, it's entertaining. But he can't back anything up he's saying. I'm making that point. I'm beating a dead horse at this point. Everything he's saying is a lie. He was not invited. He didn't step out of anything. He didn't make the moral decision to not come because he was never invited.
Of it is true. It's based on real people and real events. And I know this because I went to Colombia and testified in a court case as a character witness against him 2 summers ago with a case surrounding Kelly Suarez. And
This would have been right at the time the Sound of Freedom was coming out. That's two summers ago. Is that right? Or is it the summer after?
2 summers ago. So a year from a few months ago. So
2023, that's when everything hit the fan.
This would be 2024, summer of 2024. I think it's August is when I went to.
I'm gonna do. I project where he's going. I'm gonna do this one in kind of reverse order, and it answers the other question he just brought up, the other lie. You watch these clips. I'm gonna show them to you. I put them out before. I wish Greg would have done some research. He would have found this. We filmed everything surrounding Kelly Suarez and her band of traffickers. 54 children were rescued on that island. At the same time, we had simultaneous operations going on in Medellin, Colombia, and in a place near Cali. Okay, and I was just with the embassy, by the way, 2 weeks ago, and they were congratulating me and thanking me and wanting to do more operations. U.S. Embassy and CTI and the police. This was a legitimate operation, and Ryan Fisher, again, has no knowledge whatsoever. He wasn't invited on this operation. He wasn't in pre, during, post, nothing. He shows up out of nowhere and pretends to be some kind of witness for Kelly Suarez. How embarrassing. How incredibly, everything he's saying is a projection on himself. He is hurting kids. Why would you support a child trafficker, guys? Watch the footage. I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to try to make it short. Caracol News in Colombia did a whole thing on this before the trial happened, and they said she's absolutely guilty. In fact, Kelly Suarez said things that I showed this footage to Alejandro Monteverde. He'll testify in court against Ryan to this effect. I showed him this footage you're going to see right now, and he was so shocked. He said, I cannot take the words that Kelly's saying about children as she's selling them on the island. I can't put it on the big screen. People will walk out of the theater. That's how guilty and bad this woman is. Okay, she was convicted to, I think, 20 years. The Supreme Court of Colombia upheld it, and the major reason was the footage we had. The footage we had that you're going to see right now. And here it goes. Here's the story. The CTI Colombian authorities asked me to go. This would have been in like 10 years ago. Asked me to go to Playa Blanca because they were getting reports of traffickers. Ryan's going to spin this story because he has in the past that I somehow targeted her. I found her somewhere and invited her to a party. This is insane. We filmed the whole thing. Obviously, that's why she's going to jail. Went to Playa Blanca. And they said, just sit there, and we filmed it, just sit there and get solicited. We got solicited. This guy named Fuego says, I got kids. I filmed it. He brought it up to me. I said, wow. And he said, come to Cartagena, to the mainland, and I'll show you the people who are selling them. I can't pick who's gonna be there. Whoever's there is presumably the people selling kids. I show up to the apartment. You're gonna see this footage. I'm gonna show it to you right now. It's like you see the first scene on the beach. The second scene's in the apartment. In the apartment is where we see Kelly Suarez. I meet her for the first time. I didn't invite her to come here. She was just there when I got there saying she has kids for sale, as young as 12 years old. Then we have another meeting at a lunch on the beach of Cartagena, and that's where she is talking again about being gentle with the kids when you penetrate them. Okay, when you rape them, be gentle with them because there's little. You're gonna hear her say that. She repeats that on the day of the operation, October 11th, 2014, I remember the date, on the island. She says it again. And she says she's gonna teach them how to be a model. Now later, when Ryan sees this footage, I remember hearing this, that he said, oh, well, it was so embarrassing, especially when I tell you what he did when he went down. I'm gonna let him talk about that first. He was a clown show in Cartagena. Imagine a guy showing up to testify who has zero knowledge of anything, but the self-importance he shows is hilarious. But first, watch this footage. Ryan would later say that, oh, well, Kelly did some bad things, but she never would have done it if Tim didn't show up. Well, I take pride in that fact. You're right. Had I not shown up on that beach and allowed myself to be solicited, I never would have been brought to Kelly Suarez so I could stop her in her evil designs to sell little children for sex. Watch this and you tell me if anyone who supports Kelly Suarez has any credibility. Ryan Fisher supports Kelly Suarez, says that she didn't do anything wrong. You decide if she did anything wrong. This is raw footage from Caracol News using our footage. They vetted it, the whole thing out. You should watch the whole clip, the whole show. I'll link it. But here's just those 4 scenes of Kelly Suarez selling children. You be the judge. You decide. This is raw footage that was shown in court, and Ryan is a supporter of a convicted child trafficker. How sick is that? Here is the footage.
Lo que ustedes van a escuchar es la forma como ese día le ofrecieron niñas para tener sexo.
Chicas de 13, 14, 15, 16. Pero son experimentados.
Encubiertos como el más peligroso porque estaban en el terreno de los delincuentes, también fue grabado. Esto que están viendo fue lo que ocurrió en ese apartamento.
Mi amigo Fuego. Ok, sí.
Hola, Tomás.
¿Cómo se llaman?
Está la gente.
Giovanna.
Ella tiene una hermana de 12 años virgen. Quiere llevarla.
¿En serio?
Ellos están organizando. Ellos van a llevar una hermana de 12.
Dale.
Yo lo he hablado.
Le dije $1,000.
O más.
Quiero verla bien para pagar $1,000.
Tengo que hablar con ella.
No, el jefe gringo, sí, él va a pagar, sí tiene esto.
A pesar de las ofertas y de los supuestos que ya se planteaban, y este fue el registro que hicieron las cámaras ese día. Hubo suficiente para que la reunión y los rostros de los participantes quedaran plenamente identificados.
Son niñas que no son muy, como deben saber, no tienen mucha experiencia.
These are girls that aren't super experienced because they're little girls.
Entonces, tratar de tener un poco.
So try to have a little bit of
delicadeza.
A little bit delicate with them. Okay, gracias. Tenemos otras cosas que de hablar nosotros.
Bueno.
Y que dejaba ver la ambición de dinero que tenían, la construcción de un hotel. A pesar de la sorpresa inicial, los investigadores siguieron el juego y empezaron a hablar de la inversión en el hotel. Con ella solo fue por el paseo. Sin embargo, en su bolso los agentes del CTI encontraron una agenda que contenía detalles que les llamó la atención.
Kelly Johanna Suárez Moya.
Vale, igual.
Contenido, un listado que dice paseo y tiene el nombre de 30 personas.
Nombres al parecer tan importantes que alguien se dio la tarea de arrancar esas páginas antes de que la prueba llegara al juicio, tal como lo certificaron fuentes cercanas a la investigación a Noticias Caracol.
Okay, so there you guys go. That's who Ryan supported. Now, I haven't seen this. I imagine he's going to go into what a brave soldier he was going down to Cartagena, making a total fool of himself. Let's see if he goes there, and either way, I'll comment and tell you what actually happened in that courtroom.
So it was after Sound of Freedom, but shortly after. And the reason that trial was happening is in the Sound of Freedom, Kelly Suarez is the main villain. This model who was trafficking kids through a modeling agency. Mm-hmm. That's the story Tim tells in his movie. I remember that. Mm-hmm. Well, the truth is she was a 19-year-old girl that was in Cartagena and got invited to one of these parties where illicit things were going to happen, where they're trying to invite kids to one of these sting operations. There was a party on an island. Kelly went. Kelly was involved in a conversation with Tim where he was waving a bunch of money. He said, hey, if you bring people to this party, we'll pay you. And the younger, the better kind of thing.
Okay, again, guys, you just watched the footage. I didn't invite her anywhere. The trafficker Fuego, you saw him. He solicits me. He brings me to his cartel. I can't choose who's going to be there. You see me in the apartment. I meet her for the first time because the trafficker is introducing me to the trafficker named Kelly Suarez. I can't control how old she is. I can't control what she looks like. I can't control what comes out of her mouth. But right away, you heard it. She's offering a 12-year-old. And then she continues down that path. I didn't walk into a place waving money. I was doing exactly what I would have done, what I should have done. If Ryan Fisher was an operator, which he's not, what would he have done? If he's on the beach and Fuego comes up to him and says, I got kids as young as 12, 13, 14 years old for sex. And Ryan would say, picture being Ryan, what would Ryan do? Well, I got to do that because that's what the police told me to do. And they're right. Their intel's correct. And then Fuego says, I need you to come to this apartment. Would Ryan not go? Would he not go because that would be immoral to go? No, it'd be immoral not to go. And so I went. I get there and you saw what happened. Whoever's there selling kids is going down because I protect kids and that's what we did. And she went down because that's what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. She came out of the gate offering a 12-year-old and then continued that pattern, which is why she got convicted. Ryan knows this. He's seen the footage. This is gross. This is now getting gross. This is not just about lying. This is about supporting child trafficking. And that's what Ryan Fisher is doing. He is a supporter of child trafficking by saying what he's saying right now. You just saw the footage, guys. You know the truth. But let's hear him continue to lie about footage that you just saw.
And Kelly, this 19-year-old girl, got caught up in that. She agreed to help out and invite people to the party for money and get paid for it. She thought it might be a big break for her. She was just a poor girl her mom sold fruit on the street. Mm-hmm. Anyways, she goes to the party, gets arrested with everybody else. They've realized she goes to jail for a year and a half in one of the most notoriously horrendous women's prisons in Colombia, in the world. Spends a year and a half in jail there before. And
she deserved every single day in that prison, and she deserves the 20 more years or whatever she got sentenced to. And you'll agree with me because you just saw the footage. How disgusting was that? What you just watched. You watched it out of her mouth. Be gentle when you rape these children, when you penetrate them for sex. Be gentle. I've rarely heard a trafficker come out with those kind of descriptive details while they're selling kids. She deserves every day and more for what she did to those children, who I'm still in contact with, by the way. But let's hear Ryan continue to defend the indefensible.
Charges are dropped because they have no trafficking charges against her. She wasn't controlling any kids. She wasn't trafficking anyone. So all charges were dropped and she was released.
Absolute lie. What happened in Colombia is you can only hold someone in jail for like a year and change if they hadn't had a trial yet. The trials in Colombia are backlogged forever. And what happened was the first trial we went to testify in, The judge was corrupt on another case, so they had to start the trial over again. Then COVID started, so they never got to her trial in time, and so she was released on bail. She was never the charges were never dropped. If they were dropped, she wouldn't have ended up in trial again. If in Colombia, and this is just how it is, it's unfortunate, I can't control the laws. If you were to, excuse the analogy, but if you were to like rape and kill 100 babies on videotape, and your trial didn't happen within a year, or year and maybe 13 months, you have to be released on bail, on bond. And that's what she was. The fact that she was in jail that long means that the evidence was that strong that she couldn't qualify for bail before that year and change was served by her. Ryan doesn't understand what he's talking about. He's either lying or ignorant, but that's the facts. But I'm interested to see however, what else he's gonna lie about here.
Fast forward like 8 years, the Sound of Freedom movie comes out, and Kelly Suarez is one of the main villains in that, but she's a free woman walking the street that was never convicted or charged or convicted of trafficking children.
Her charges never went away because they're backlogged for so long, and COVID really shut it down, and the corruption with that first judge, which shows you that they have integrity. They get rid of corrupt judges. Okay, she was walking free and terrorizing. She would do a post, and I'd get calls from the kids who were in aftercare for years after we'd rescued them. I cannot believe she's free. I can't believe she's free, meaning she's out on bail. She's out on bond, guys. The charges never were dropped. It's just a function of a bureaucratic system that can take that long to go to trial. It's not uncommon, especially in developing countries, that this is how they do things. It takes that long for trials to come into play. Ryan is going to lie to you right now and say that they recharged her because of Sound of Freedom. Complete baloney. The initial trial started well before Sound of Freedom ever came out. But again, because the corrupt judge had to restart the trial, and then COVID shut everything down for like a year or two, and that was the cause of the delay. So whatever excuse he's going to make up now is an absolute lie.
That's how she's depicted in the movie. Mm-hmm. So Tim organized, he's like, we got to clean this up. And so he organizes a conference for attorney generals or for prosecutors in Cartagena, totally an illegal gathering. But a lot of illegal stuff happens in Colombia. Wines and dines of prosecutors. A week later, one of those prosecutors files new charges against Kelly Suarez out of the blue, and she goes to trial and gets convicted of pimping.
Total lie. That conference had nothing to do with Kelly Suarez. I did not even meet with the prosecutor at that conference. In fact, and this is, I remember in the deposition, I said this under oath to the illicit mafia attorney, Alan Mortensen. I said, I have not even been to Cartagena in like years, because Ryan's going to tell you the story, or he did before, that I was in Cartagena whispering in the I didn't meet the prosecutor in the Kelly Suarez case until after she was convicted. First time I met her was after she was convicted. I'm very busy. We're running operations all over the world. Just because they made a movie about Kelly Suarez doesn't mean they couldn't have made 100 movies about every other operation we worked on. They act like this is all I had going. I did not know the prosecutor in this case until after Kelly Suarez and the others were convicted, and that's a fact. The fact that the conference was in Cartagena was a decision made by Carlos Massa, who was the director of international operations for my foundation, and he chose it because it's in a central location. We had prosecutors and police from Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, from the Caribbean, Central America, Mexico, I believe. It just happened to be in Cartagena. I don't even think Kelly Suarez came up. I didn't meet with a prosecutor, and that's a fact. And what's illegal about having a conference? That's a total lie. There's nothing illegal about having a nonprofit sponsoring a training for prosecutors. It's a total lie. Where's the receipts on that being illegal? It's like saying that this podcast is illegal because Ryan says it is. That's literally what it's like saying. Why would you call that illegal? We do this all the time. We still do it. People do it all the time. You have conferences to train. It was an excellent training. It had nothing to do with Kelly Suarez. Colombia sits central, regionally, to where we were training all of Latin America. That's it. Roll the tape.
And she ends up going to jail. And so that whole effort was Tim trying to make his fictional movie have some semblance of reality. because Kelly Suarez was a free woman and she was the main villain in that movie. And so he had to clean that up. And so he ruined that woman's life all over again and got a conviction of pimping.
Here's the ruling. I'll put it up. I'll put a screenshot of it. He's playing semantics here. She was convicted for exploiting children in child trafficking. That's what it was. Her American attorneys played with, it's a translation situation. The word for child exploitation and trafficking can be, if anyone who speaks the language knows this. Read the charges. Okay, it was literally for exploiting children for commercial gain. Selling children for commercial gain. Now the word that they use for that can be translated into English as whatever Alan Mortensen or Ryan Fisher wants to translate it as. And so they chose the translation of pimping, so they're making it like it's less than what it is. What Kelly Suarez did, you just saw it. She brought children to a event to sell them for sex, instructing us on how to have sex with them for money. It doesn't get worse than that. You can't lessen that by playing semantics with translation and saying it was just pimping, whatever that even means. She was convicted for selling children for sex, period. That is the definition of trafficking. Roll the tape.
And send her to prison just to maintain his narrative that he's actually saving kids and putting away bad guys.
So in what you're saying then, and I'm trying to remember how the movie depicted this, but the whole island scene where there's a big, pedophile orgy basically going to be happening. This was Tim's idea to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was waving money to Kelly to help organize this and bring all the kids. Mm-hmm. And she did, it sounds like, right? She did bring some kids, or
she made some invitation, but she didn't bring any kids. That would be.
She didn't bring any kids.
No, she didn't bring kids. And in that movie, it's showing kids like that are 11 years old or something.
Greg seems pretty satisfied. He can't believe this, but it's a lie. Kelly brought kids. In fact, and mind you, this is not Tim. This is the government of Colombia running this operation. So you're defaming them by doing this. I just support them. I come down when they need the undercover teams to do this. It's not my idea. Again, you just saw what happened. They instructed me to go to Playa Blanca. Fuego approaches me, introduces me to Kelly. Kelly offers to a 12-year-old right then and there. And guess what, guys? When they got to the island, and I'll show this footage to you right now because Caracol News caught this. They pulled out of her notebook, out of Kelly's notebook. You're going to see the footage. I'll show it to you right now. They pull out of her notebook, a notebook out of her backpack, where she says viaje, the trip. And she lists all the kids that she brought, that she recruited and brought. She had a modeling school. And the kids, that's what she told us. And that the kids that were recruited to be in the modeling school were tricked into coming to the island. In her handwriting, this is why she got convicted, guys. In her handwriting, the kids she brought. This is gross. This is gross to uncover for people who sell children for sex. Don't you? Don't you think it's gross? This is like giving cover to Epstein, but Kelly Suarez, in my opinion, is worse than Epstein because she was selling kids who were prepubescent children, 11, 12 years old. You didn't even see that on Epstein Island. But Ryan Fisher wants to promote her, and Greg Mattson should do some homework before platforming people who support child trafficking.
All of the people that came to that island in the actual raid, and there's a really great report by Red Pilled America on this. It's on YouTube. You can watch it for free. They did a deep investigation to this. All the kids How
about watch the real footage? I don't even know who Red Pill is. I never saw that, but it's clearly bogus. They didn't use any of the. I have actual footage from the operation that was used in court. If Red Pill doesn't use that, they're no different than Ryan Fisher. I've never seen what they're talking about, but I know for a fact they didn't show the footage, or they wouldn't have a story to tell you. So it's about at the level of intellectual integrity and sophistication as Ryan Fisher is displaying and manifesting right now. It's ridiculous, and Red Pill might even get sued over this. I understand. So it's ridiculous. This is a hit piece, a tabloid production. You just saw the real footage, guys. Red Pill didn't show it to you. This is the real footage.
Kids, the people that came to those were adults. They were over the age of 18. There were a handful that were under 18, but they were above the age of consent. In Colombia, the age of consent is 14.
Ryan is so gross, you guys. You're watching Epstein right now. Can you imagine? You could say the same thing about Epstein. These kids were not consenting. They were tricked onto a boat and sold for money and told they were going to have sex with adult men. The youngest was 11, 12 years old. There might have been the truth is we can't even talk about the ages, but some of the adults were also being trafficked because they were being tricked. But there were kids that young. I'm friends with them. Some of them are adults today. They went to aftercare. This was devastating to them. He basically just said that kids can consent to sex. Do you hear what he's saying, guys? Do you hear what he's saying? Would you say that about the Epstein victims right now? Oh, they consented, because those girls were at the age of consent too. 16, 17, whatever. There's even adults who were allegedly abused by this. He is running cover for traffickers. He is giving the exact justifications that pedophiles give for why it's okay to rape kids. They're consenting. This is gross. Greg Mattson, please. You can't do this. He is literally giving you the textbook response to what pedophiles say about why it's okay to have sex with kids. Because, the age of consent. Consent laws are talking about if you're 16 years old, you can have sex with an 18-year-old, then an 18-year-old's not going, or that 17-year-old is not going to be charged. If they're 20, if it goes to like 28 or something, then it's like statutory. That's what consent laws are for. Okay, that doesn't mean a 12-year-old or a 15-year-old can consent to sex with 50-year-olds. Do you understand what Ryan's doing here? He is running cover and giving arguments for pedophiles. When you watch Hidden War, you're going to learn about a whole group called the Martin Organization. It was a cartel we took down. And what they were saying, Nelson Matman and his gang of Dutch pedophiles that were selling kids, you're going to hear him say exactly what Ryan just said about why it's okay to rape children because they can consent.
What is the age, the minimum age for a child or a teenager to have sexual relationships? Your proposal is to lower it to 12.
Yeah.
Yes,
It used
is
to,
that correct?
But in the 90s it was 12. So it is not so big deal, because in that moment there was no problem.
People say children are not old enough to see the consequences. But what are the consequences if you enjoy having sex with another person?
No 10, 11, 12-year-old kids, but that's what's depicted in the movie, because that's what pulls at your heartstrings, that you're like, oh, these kids don't have any sort of agency because they're 10, 11, 12 years old. They're obviously being trafficked. That's not anywhere close to reality. We're talking about most of the people that went to this island were adults.
Categorically false. Why'd they all go to aftercare? They went to an aftercare center that I'm still working with today very closely. These kids were in hell. One of them had been trafficked since he was 9 years old, and we rescued him, got him out of it. And they went to the, I won't say the name of the foundation because I don't trust, literally Ryan works with Mortensen, these are cartels. Because of what Ryan and his friends did, some of those victims got re-victimized, got chased down by cartels because they revealed his name. The people that funded Ryan, Alan Mortensen, Suzette Rasmussen, to go down and support Kelly Suarez, because Kelly Suarez was suing me and Catherine in Angel Studios for defamation, a case that is dead to her because she got convicted, okay? They're the ones that revealed the name of Pedro Flores, Simba, from the island. He got hunted down by cartels. We had to go rescue him again, and Ryan is essentially running cover for this scam. These were real victims. They suffered immensely, years of aftercare at this foundation. There might have been a handful of adults. They might have got aftercare because adults can't be trafficked, but these were kids. The youngest was 11 years old. I was there. I saw them, and I'm still working with them. This is grotesque.
And even if Kelly is getting money for inviting an adult to this island party, that's pimping. That doesn't matter how the age is. And so they got her on pimping charges.
Stop.
And got those.
I can't emphasize enough. She wasn't, this is a translation. You saw the document, exploiting children for sexual gain, or sexually exploiting children for commercial gain. That is trafficking. It's not pimping. I don't even know what pimping, I don't know what that even means. He is a liar. Can you imagine hating someone so much because they wouldn't let you on their team, because they fired you from a travel, a tour company? Having that much hate that you will turn it on children to run cover for traffickers just because I'm the one that rescued them. It reminds me of like Trump derangement syndrome. Nothing he can do is good. This is Ryan Fisher. But I can't believe he brought himself to the point that he is running cover for the grotesque act of raping children for money. That's what happened. You saw the footage, guys. You just watched it. And you're hearing him just uncover. This is really sick. And this is why Matthew 18 compliance is so important. Giving a platform to this guy to tell lies that might hurt the vehicle that rescues children, that's accountability for anybody who brings someone like him on without vetting this. Something like 68,000 people saw this. And if any of those people might have helped rescue children who now won't, that's on everybody who platformed this, who didn't do their homework. This is really bad. Roll.
To stick. So, I mean, it's just a tangled mess of weaving a narrative to try and project him as this hero and the savior when the reality is very, very different. And I've been talking for the last couple of years with former OUR operatives that were on a lot of these raids. And it's not to say that some kids didn't get saved, because some kids did go from a bad situation to a good situation. If you're doing this for 10 years, you'd have to be trying really hard not to save kids.
What a joke. You know how hard it is to save kids? Like you just fall into it. Oh, you're going to do a fraud for so long, eventually one's going to fall in your net. That's not how that works. If you're going to save a kid, you got to go pointed. You got to be courageous. You got to do crazy stuff. They don't fall into your nets while you're doing a fraud. If it were that easy, you would just save kids instead of pretending to save kids. Go watch Hidden War. Hidden War's coming out. Let's see how Ryan spins that one to help traffickers. He's making the same arguments that Nelson Mattheman and the other traffickers who are in jail are going to do. He would go defend him in a heartbeat if he could, because this has nothing to do with kids. This is to do with a vendetta against me because I pushed him out of my life because he wasn't talented enough to be a producer of anything I was working on, and because I fired him from the company. I didn't work with him. I walked away. Okay, that's it. That's all this is. And this is I didn't know how bad this was. This is getting offensive to those of us who care and sacrifice for children. Go watch Hidden War. There's nothing else I can say. It's coming out probably about the same time this is going to be out. And you can see how we operate and how real it is and how real that operation on the island was. Everybody on the island will tell you it was real. He says, I've talked to OUR operator. I don't know. He makes stuff up. Obviously, he puts me in a range I wasn't at. He puts me places. He puts himself places he's not. This guy's no problem fabricating everything. He'll say anything. Let's see what else he says.
Some kids getting saved. However, the vast majority of cases were completely unethical, immoral.
How would he know this? You guys understand, he is as associated to operations that I did as Greg Mattson is. I'm going to say that again because it's absolutely true. Ryan Fisher has as much credibility to judge the operations that I've run through 30 countries as Greg Mattson does, meaning zero. He wasn't in pre-planning meetings. He wasn't on the ground. He wasn't never, ever. But he says the vast majority of my operations are fraudulent. He's not going to be able to show you receipts because it's a lie. It's an absolute lie. How come we're only growing? We just rescued a whole nation in Syria. I heard, I don't pay attention to him, but I heard after we did that, we're in the middle of that, he blamed me because people are getting killed every day in Syria. We went in, risked our lives, and got intel back to the administration, back through Ambassador Huckabee to Trump, that allowed them to justify taking action for those people. And then someone died, like they did every night. They died while I was there. They're being shot by ISIS. Someone died afterwards, and Ryan goes on a podcast, I heard, and said, oh, that guy died because Tim was there. Do you see how crazy this guy is? This is crazy. He is now like in total league with human traffickers.
And I believe we're putting innocent people in prison, or at least coercing them in an unethical, immoral way by waving money in front of desperate people in desperate situations, and creating a human trafficking market out of thin air by walking around asking for access to kids and waving money around.
That's not how we operate. You just saw how we operate. Literally, you just watched it. To say, first of all, do you think I have that kind of power? I can go into a country and just make stuff up, and I'm the judge, jury, and prosecutor? What? I come in and do a small part. We do the part they ask us to do. These are established, developed, sophisticated law enforcement agencies. They're not going to do a favor for me to create a fraud. He just said I put people in jail. I don't put anyone in jail. I go in and do a job that they need me to do. Usually it's in an undercover capacity or other things like in Syria, strategic consulting. This is their stuff. Like I said, I wasn't even in Cartagena. Ryan spun this story that I was in the room, like whispering to the prosecutor, like, who do you think I am? Like the Wizard of Oz? Like behind, I wasn't even in Cartagena for the trial, even years before the trial. Okay? So, this is so sad. This episode has done nothing but hurt children so far. That's my assessment. Nothing but hurt children. And I'm not sure why he got platformed. I'm really confused. Really confused.
Creating markets for human trafficking.
I wanted to address this creating the market. You saw what we do. We're very careful because all these things get played out in a courtroom. We don't waive money. Show any example of that. That was a lie that others have made up in the past because they're so jealous of the effect that we're having. We don't waive money. I've never done that. You just watch what I did. Tim, go to the island. Don't say anything. Get solicited. They have to say the words first to me. I don't go to them and say, do you have kids? Do you have kids? Do you have kids? There's rogue people that probably do that kind of stuff. You just watch what I did. I'm on the beach. Fuego comes up to me. That's one example of 1,000 I could tell you. And offers kids. And then I say, yes. What kind of kids do you have? You just saw the footage. Tell me about the kids you have. And then progress through the operation. And we don't create a demand. We go to where a demand already exists. We go into a market that is functioning and we pull kids out. Like Pedro Flores, who had been trafficked in Colombia since he was 9 years old, abused, trafficked, turned into a ladyboy at one point. And that's why he was bribed. Do you know this? He was flattered, coerced, bribed by Alan Morton, all the people he's working with, Alan Mortensen, Suzette Rasmussen, Celeste Boris. You're going to see this because I think they're about to be charged for all this. That's a kid that was rescued. He's part of the team of the Mortensen Mafia. He's joined the team of what we consider a cartel and a mafia that hurts kids. And he's still supporting them, Ryan Fisher is. Go read the Pedro filing. Greg Mattson, I ask you, go read the Pedro filing in my link tree. Find out who Alan Mortensen, Celeste Boris, and Suzette Rasmussen are. Go read it. It's all filed. It's a criminal complaint. It's a lawsuit that this little boy from the island that you saw in Sound of Freedom, the real guy, Pedro Flores, has sued these people. Ryan Fisher works for those people. They are a cartel. They are a mafia. They were responsible for almost killing Pedro Flores. Read the filing. It's all there. Do research. Ryan supports those people. He works for those people. He runs cover for those people. Not because he cares about them or trafficking. It's because he wants to stab me in the back because he is so mad that his career in his mind was derailed because I didn't pick up his option. That's all this is.
It didn't exist. And this is why OUR, Tim, has been denounced by human trafficking organizations around the world, that his tactics are not effective and do more harm than good. That's why OUR ended up firing him, and they no longer conduct these sting operations.
Which on the board and those involved are a lot of those are his family members.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His family members were on the board. He packed the board with loyalists. And even his family members saw that the internal investigation into OUR in the...
Again, no context here, guys. Greg, I wish you could have just called me or anyone on my team and we would have told you this. I had left OUR in 2019. This is the truth story. I've told this 100 times, but I'll tell it again. Because I don't like the conflicts of interest, especially when we had things like the abolitionists coming out, which I'm an owner of that. I'm a producer. There's a lot of conflicts with a nonprofit. I left in 2019 so that I could not be restrained by having to be paid by donor dollars to make my living, but still do the same amount of work. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. I did that. OUR begged me to come back. I came back. In December of 2022, before any of these allegations started, I was talking to the board members and said, I want to leave again. I want to leave. We have Sound of Freedom coming out. When Sound of Freedom comes out, I cannot be working at a nonprofit. That thing could make a lot of money, and I cannot, and you know, the footage was created by donor dollars, and I'm a producer over here. That's where I want to be. I can be more effective without all the restraints of and the entanglements of a nonprofit. So I was already going to leave before Sound of Freedom came out. When the whisper of Sound of Freedom comes out, the first allegation comes out. For the same reason that Sound of Freedom sat on a shelf for 5 years, because no one wanted it out. When the allegation came in, the board came to me, literally came to me and said, just, you know, you're going to leave anyway, so just leave. And because we don't want all this noise. And I said, fine, I'll leave. We agreed to a severance. They end up giving me the footage. Okay, and then that board left. Another board came in, that's who I have issue with, because they started defaming me. It was an agreement, we decided to leave. There were some squirrely things going on. That board, everybody but one member, PAC, has apologized to me and said, hey, we're sorry, we let things get out of hand. And I said, yeah, if I'd known you were gonna do that, I would have punched back. But they got nervous and scared, but we left very calmly. I was actually advertising for Sound of Freedom, for OUR while I was promoting Sound of Freedom. It was just a decision. Catherine wished I hadn't made it. She wished I had fought back right away, because the allegations just grew and grew and grew into an absolute disaster. But here we are anyway, but that is completely false, how Ryan's characterizing this. I was literally leaving back in December of 22 before any allegation came in. Okay, that was it. And Sound of Freedom, I was leaving for sure before Sound of Freedom launched. They knew that, I had to. I can't do both things. I can't promote a movie that's a full-time job for years and be paid by a nonprofit. It's impossible. That'd be a conflict of interest. So I was leaving anyway. So don't pretend that it was so bad that they had to fire me. That's not accurate at all. Okay, there were some bad players in there that got nervous, but this is a mischaracterization.
Claims were so egregious that he had to go.
And this was before the Sound of Freedom came out.
Yeah.
It was, I think it was the same year, but it was earlier that year, I think, that happened.
Shortly.
No, you know a movie's coming out way before it's coming out, guys. Don't pretend that this was not connected. Everybody knew the Sound of Freedom was coming out, okay? And that's why I was already preparing to exit, because I needed to start marketing like that month. And there happened to be this allegation that I totally disproven, and then others mocked that. And that's, go again, you don't do any homework, obviously, because you can just read my countersuits alone and you'll be convinced. It's over. They lie. They've been extorted. They've been promised. They've been bribed. It's all out there what's going on here, what the motives were for this. And it was mostly political. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I've talked to a number of people that were involved with OUR. I've heard people say, yeah, we were definitely helping. As I went back and talked to them again, it was like, well, I guess I didn't actually see something. And then there are some people that said, yeah, we did help people. I really do think we helped some kids. And others have said we never helped anyone. And so, it's kind of a mixed bag of the people that I've talked to on this. In your view, then, from what you're saying, do you think that at least some of these operations, if not more, a majority are...
Whatever he's going to answer, Greg, I promise you, him asking you that question is as credible as you asking him that question. That's the level of knowledge Ryan has. None. You're asking a guy that you think some kind of expert in this. He literally knows as much information to answer that question as if he was asking you that question. Okay, it's as insane. Just watching this dialogue is insane to me. You might as well go ask some guy in China what you think about the operations. This guy has nothing to do with it. Nothing. He showed up on a range one day before OUR started. That's the extent of it. And he got on a phone call with me way, like a year before we started OUR, and I turned down a deal that I didn't like. It wasn't even a deal, it was just like a suggestion. That's the extent. So please stop platforming a guy and pretending he's some kind of a witness expert at all. He's not.
PR a stunt so that he can raise more money and lift his profile, or is he genuinely trying typically to go out and save children?
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is what I testified in court of in Colombia, is that Tim's primary motivation is fame, money, and political ambition. That's his primary motivation. And then he does these sting operations and conducts these for the movie making things, for the footage that he can get, to then weave a mostly fictional narration of him in action. But his primary, and this is what I came to realize over working with him over the 7 years, is that his primary motivations are fame, money.
So he's pretending he has this data set over 7 years of watching me do operations. He has 0 data points about operations because I pushed him out way before, and he never got in. He wasn't in anything. Check the 990s. Where's his contract? Where he has no basis from which to make this analysis, and he's not giving you any receipts either. But go watch Hidden War, Greg. I'll send you a link if you'd like right now before it even comes out. You watch Hidden War. You can watch the footage I just showed you. I do take cameras with us for 2 reasons. One, for evidence. We use those evidence like we did against Kelly, and to prove. You understand? See, it's this weird paradox where people like Ryan say he's taking videos to get famous. No, I'm taking videos to refute liars like you, because either way you're going to call me a liar, and I can now prove it with videos. I have to take videos. Plus, we do need to show donors what we're doing with their money. And it is good for the cause for people to see things like Hidden War, which is going to come out. And let's talk about Ryan's testimony. It's one of the funniest things ever. When we found out that he was going down there, we were literally laughing and giving high fives. Because I am a criminal investigator. I've testified so many times. You bring a clown like him who has no information. He pretends he has information on what? Nothing. He went down there and spewed a bunch of anti-Mormon rhetoric, literally, and then said what he's saying to you, Greg, which has no bearing in fact, no basis in fact. He's not giving you receipts. His opinion is that I'm for fame, political gain, blah, based on what? What operation did you go on? Okay, so the first time I met the prosecutor, literally the first time I met her was well after the conviction. Ryan tells a story. Watch this footage. This is Ryan pretending to be Jason Bourne. He goes into Cartagena and talks about how scared he is of me. And he told other people that I was in the next room, like whispering to the prosecutor, coaching her. Never met her at that point. It wasn't my business. I had gone down to testify months earlier during the case the government was making against Kelly, and then I left. That was it. And they used that. I think it was maybe a year later by the time they got to the defense because of all the stops and goes. I had nothing to do with that. I wasn't consulting or counseling. This is crazy. But watch Ryan. Watch him try to fool you into thinking he's Jason Bourne and he's doing this very dangerous thing. And any time Tim's going to come get me because I'm a threat to him. Okay, watch this.
I'm in Cartagena. I got here this morning, Cartagena, Colombia, because I'm testifying tomorrow morning in a criminal trial against Kelly Suarez, a woman who was accused by Tim of being a human trafficker. I spent the whole day today just really stressed out that something was going to happen to me, that Tim was going to come after me. And the reason I believe this is because if this case for Kelly Suarez, if she's found innocent and she was Kelly featured in Sound of Freedom movie, then it will show not only that Tim and his OUR ops were frauds and innocent people got hurt very badly, but also that the entire premise of the Sound of Freedom movie and the villains and who the villains and heroes are is an absolute fraud. So I feel a ton of pressure to not let people down, to have the courage to tell the truth. I'm afraid and scared for my life and afraid of harm and retaliation coming towards me, but it's not from the cartels, it's not from crime, it's not from anybody in Colombia. I'm scared of Tim Ballard. I don't know that he's not capable of violence, and I feel like it's worth taking the risk of putting my safety on the line. And I hope that that just sets off a chain reaction of others that are willing to step forward, do what's right, fight for the cause of justice,
and try and help bring some hope and healing to all of these people that have been so wronged and hurt by the atrocities that Tim has done and the fraud that he's perpetuated upon the world for the last 10 years. I really think that this is like going to be a turning point. This whole trial will be a turning point in this whole saga, and truth will start to prevail.
Okay, this guy's the fraud, pretending he's Jason Bourne, and that he's a threat to me. He thinks that I am so scared of him that I might kill him. I'm telling you right now, we were celebrating and high-fiving when we found out he was going to go down there, because what happened in the courtroom is exactly what we thought was going to happen. And I can give you the transcripts. Okay, when I saw the prosecutor for the first time after Kelly Suarez and the others were convicted, I met her I remember exactly where, at the restaurant, and she said, and the first words out of her mouth were, "Ryan Fisher is a payaso." Literally, that's the first word she said to me, and she was laughing. That means he's a clown. And I said, what do you mean? And she's like, the judge was rolling his eyes. He gets on the stand and starts, or wherever he is, testifying. And he went on and on about how Tim's a bad guy. He was anti-Mormon, saying crazy things like I got my second anointing, or some ordinance, washing of the feet, which is totally bizarre and false. He's ripping on the church. Like, this guy's the anti-Mormon. Greg thinks I'm the anti-Mormon hitting the church. Go see what this guy did. He had his name taken off the records. He is the biggest anti-Mormon. That's the irony of this whole thing. And he spewed anti-Mormon stuff in the courtroom to try to say that I was a weirdo. Finally, you can see the transcript. The judge says, "Why are you here? Why are you here? I don't get this. You've said nothing." Even the allegations he was making against me were as strong as this. Just, "Oh, in my opinion, he's doing it for this and that." No knowledge, no primary knowledge. So it finally ends with the judge saying, "Why are you here, Mr. Fisher? Why are you here? Do you have any knowledge whatsoever to testify about Kelly Suarez?" And he said, "Yes, she was fraudulently arrested." And the judge said, "Okay, tell me why you know that." He literally says, "Because her attorneys told me so." And the judge said, "Get out of my courtroom." This is why when I saw the prosecutor for the first time after she was convicted, her first words to me were, in laughing, "Ryan Fisher is a payaso." He did damage to the case. The judge was like, "I've seen enough. Get him out. If this is the best you can do, just some guy who just doesn't like Tim Ballard and has no knowledge whatsoever. Oh, but Ryan was there to tie." Look, listen to him. He's delusional. He's delusional. No one cared he was there. We wanted him there. He hurt the case. We wanted him there because it showed that they had no defense. You got to pull this crazy guy in. I think he even shaved his beard to make you think that he was like so scared. He had nothing to be worried about. Truly nothing. Because everybody wanted him to show up and make a fool of himself, which is exactly what he did. You can't testify about something you have no knowledge of. Zero. And then when called on the carpet in the courtroom, you say, "Because the defense attorney told me there." Are you? That's why the judge rolled his eyes, and it was insulting to the court. Get him out of here. Okay, that's who Ryan Fisher is, everybody. But let's see what else he has to say.
And he's using the cause of human trafficking and the cause of trying to rescue kids in bad situations as the means for those ends. Because he was working for the government doing this exact same thing, anti-human trafficking. But in the government, there's no fame, there's no credit, there's no money. I mean, he was making six figures at the time, so he was making a really good living. But there's no credit, no fame. You can't fundraise, and you can't be in control. And so that tells you everything. He could have stayed at DHS.
This is so bizarre. Do you know what a grueling decision it was to leave the security of the government? He makes it sound like, "Oh, I just couldn't get famous there." The likelihood of me succeeding statistically by leaving the government was less than 5%. There's literally studies about this. Most nonprofits don't make it past the first year. Like only 5% make it past the first year or something like that. And this was so scary. I was much more secure. I walked away from millions of dollars over the course of my career and then a secure retirement. I left the government because of the bureaucracy, because a little boy named Gardy Marty wasn't being looked for, who was kidnapped, and because of what you saw in Sound of Freedom. And you've heard my wife. I told my wife, "I'm not going to do this. This is crazy. We're going to lose everything." For him to turn that sacrifice of my family and my children and that huge risk that we took to pretend that I was somehow it was easy, it just guaranteed success, guaranteed fame and fortune. It's insane. Fortune? I left that government. There was like, I don't know how many $100,000. There was enough in there to guarantee me a salary for about a year. That is not an easy decision to make. That is not the more secure, the more fun. And that's obvious to anyone. I mean, you should read through this guy right now. But let's see what else he says.
In human trafficking and rescuing kids with all the resources that the federal government has, all the vast resources, the diplomatic immunity, the ability to carry weapons into other countries. He can't even carry a gun in these other countries because foreigners aren't allowed to carry weapons anywhere in any other countries. All of the intelligence assets that the government has, he gave all of that up to do it on his own as if he's Batman because of fame, money, and the desire to be recognized and the hero status, this messiah complex that he has to feed that ego. He did all of that. He left the government so that he could have access to those things that are at the core of his personality. And that should be pretty obvious to anybody who's worked with him for any period of time, as it was to me.
Okay, it's not obvious to people who work for me because Ryan didn't work for me. You understand, when I pushed him out, he was mad about it. He was mad. He wanted to be with me. This isn't a sickness that evolved over years watching my success. Now, the reason I left the government, I think this has been so clear about this, is we provide a service that I wish somebody could have provided for me in the government. We don't work to compete with the government. We support the government. We are kind of a Batman figure, but we obey the laws. They come to us. The governments love us because we can move. Just, again, go watch Hidden War. It answers most of these questions. We blow through 6 countries, 3 continents, everywhere we go, delivering intel, information, evidence, silver platter cases so that people can get convicted in all these places. We can move in ways the government can't move. That's just a fact. I got frustrated in the government because I couldn't work cases I wanted to work. I didn't have the jurisdiction to do it. So Ryan, it's a total misnomer to say, oh, you had all this money, intelligence. That didn't stop that didn't solve my problem. If the case fell outside the U.S. jurisdiction, I couldn't find the kids. So I'm looking at child rape videos, and I can't help that kid because that kid is in Brazil or that kid's in Mexico. So we were able to go do that. We fill a gap, and any government will tell you, we fill a gap that they can't do. Getting rid of the bureaucracy and the jurisdictional limitations of the government frees us up. The scary thing is you got to fund yourself. You don't have the security. This was a hard decision to make, but it was the right one. I can tell you that we have led operations. I've led operations. Well over 10,000 children have been rescued. That is a fact that wouldn't have been rescued if we didn't provide this service. It is absolutely valuable. After working for the government for 10 years, I can tell you this was the shoe that wasn't being filled and that the governments wanted filled. My bosses at HSI were like, go do this. If you can pull this off, it'll help us. I was just with the embassy in Colombia just 2 weeks ago, and they're begging me to do operations with them because we can do things they can't do. But Ryan is pretending to be an expert on something he has no concept of. He can't judge a situation like, he doesn't know what undercover work is. He doesn't know what operations are, how they work. But he's characterizing this so bizarrely. Like, you know, him saying, if anyone knew Tim like I did, when he knew me, we were still friends, okay? He would have said everything good about me until that last 5 minutes when I told him to take a hike because he was stealing money from me. That's it. That's where the only, and then now no more data, no data from that point on that he would have other than looking for things to cherry pick because he's mad about that 5 minutes that I nailed him. That I said, get out of my life. Do you understand this? Like, I pushed him out. He did not walk away. I can show you the text. He's mad at me for kicking him out. If I was such a bad guy, why was he trying to get back in when I pushed him out? Oh boy. Okay, keep going.
Anything where Tim was basically enriching himself off of his donors?
I'll give you a few examples. One, and this is publicly available because of this 501c3 status of OUR, that Tim was getting paid before he left $530,000 annual salary, which is a lot. you know, I don't think anybody needs to live off of $500,000 a year, especially him. He comes from a family with money, but even at that, there's a lot of that money. Let's say he takes a generous salary of $200,000 a year. That's $300,000 that could go towards saving kids. But he maxed out, almost highest paid, maxed out his salary. Then he would get benefits on top of that. But then he also would put his family members in positions on the payroll, including his son, Blaine, who was getting $70,000 a year, even while he was on his mission, I believe. I have to double check that.
Oh my gosh.
But while he was getting his kids getting paid, and then his wife Catherine was also on the payroll. And then he also put his brother, and he put all these family members on the payroll that were getting enormous sums of money, and living very, very largely. And then, like in Catherine's case, when there was a premiere of Sound of Freedom in New York, Catherine asked for a private jet to fly her.
This guy is insane, Greg. It's like you're talking to a cat in a barn, and thinking that you're getting information. Like, you understand? It's like you're asking him these questions as if he is some kind of expert in any of this. It's insane. You could go get the 990s and do a better job answering your own question. He doesn't have information. Okay, Blaine was never making that kind of money. Blaine was a contractor on his mission making money. Are you kidding me? I'd be in jail right now. I'm paying him while he's on his mission? You see what he does? He just lies. He just lies. Blaine was a contractor rate. We have something called the compensation committee. We get audited. We do our own audits on ourselves. We're very compliant. I was making way under what we could be making for doing the kind of work we do. You know, going undercover. Let me tell you something. When Gardy went missing and his father asked me to find him, he said, I need help finding my son. I went to a private contract company. They wanted $1 million just to start, okay? What we are doing is insanely dangerous work. And the compensation committee gives me different options. I always take the middle tier option of that option is. I do not max out. Okay, Catherine, he just told you that Catherine donor dollars paid for her to go to a premiere in New York. First of all, the whole thing, there was nothing in New York. Catherine never went to New York. I think what he's referring to, this is what a liar he is. Okay, if I spent donor dollars on a private jet, I'd get dinged by the IRS. That never happened. When I was in Bedminster with President Trump, where he asked me to run for Senate, which started this whole thing when they used one allegation from a liar, who's a proven liar from months earlier, and then they just all worked together to spin this up. It's all in the documentation. President Trump wanted Catherine to come, he wanted to meet her and have dinner with her. And we did. We sat next to each other and talked. And Catherine said, I can't make the flight. I'm too busy. Well, it turns out that there was a colleague or a friend of President Trump or somebody's, I can't remember who. It wasn't somebody I knew, but it was somebody who was on their way in a nearby state, I think. I'm not sure where. But they were on their way to Bedminster. Someone found out about it. One of Trump's people called someone who called someone and said, Catherine, they're willing to pick you up and bring you out because President Trump wants to meet you. It was a private thing, no donor dollars, just some private guy. I don't even remember his name. She jumped on the plane, came out, and literally was there for like 3 or 4 hours, and we turned around and they flew us back. Okay, that's it. Ryan is a liar. He's a liar. Have you not understood that yet? Like, everything he says is a lie. Everything. Like I said, most liars are kind of hard to, it takes more time because it's good liars do 2 truths and a lie. I said it earlier. Ryan does 3 lies and a lie, and then 3 more lies, and then 77 more lies. That's what Ryan does. So I'm so grateful for this opportunity because you're getting to see the true colors of who my enemies are. He's their mouthpiece. He showed up at court. He's the mouthpiece of everybody. This is the best they can do because they're all liars, and he's the spokesperson liar. So I'm actually grateful. I'm not even upset at Greg. As long as he's fair and shows this content or looks at it, and he should show it, but I'll show it. Because I'm glad for the opportunity. You all got a real insight into the truth about what's been happening to me and my family and children throughout the world because of this fake, lie-based hit job. Thank you, Ryan, for manifesting the obvious about who you are and who you represent. But let's keep seeing. I'm sure it's going to get more entertaining.
A private jet at the tune of $50,000 to fly just her.
This is insanity. He even knows the number because people talk to him. President Trump's friends and colleagues apparently are talking to Ryan Fisher. Are you kidding me? He's just making this stuff up. He's making this stuff up. I just told you what the jet was about. Okay, go.
Oh, and there's a video circulating out there of her giving a tour of this private jet that she's on to just go pop up to New York, attend this premiere with Tim, and fly home. And that private jet was chartered just for her at the tune of $50,000, which, I mean,
wow. I mean, I've seen this behavior in criminals. I mean, this guy, he needs help. Seriously, I shouldn't have laughed. I feel bad. He needs therapy. I mean, everything is a lie. Everything's a lie. Let's go.
If that's extravagant.
Well, it's not just extravagant. Again, it's a matter of funds. It's a matter of how important, if I'm giving money and maybe I'm, an older widow and I'm giving $100 even or $500 because I want so badly for these kids to be helped. That's obviously not a great use of funds to.
Craig, I agree with you. That would be a really bad use of funds. And I would never do that because that would be mean to the donors. And we'd probably get in trouble by the IRS for doing that kind of a thing. And Catherine, if you know my wife, would never, ever do such a thing with donor dollars. She was paid because she ran a whole department called Children Need Families. That thing went down because of Ryan Fisher and his colleagues and cohorts when they sued Children Need Families, Catherine's organization, and they had hardly any money in it. Adoptions were canceled across the board because of the people that he works with, because of their lies, because whatever money they had left, they had to use to defend themselves, and then they went belly up. Those children, the blood of those children are in the hands of people like Ryan Fisher and the Mortensen Mafia and all those women who lied about us. Catherine was, this is important. This is just one of a million facts. Anyone who came out and defended me got sued. That's the kind of game they were playing. So Catherine came out right away and defended me on the Rod Arquette show. Days later, sued for sexual assault. Catherine was sued for sexual assault. So Ryan, tell the story. How Catherine's a rapist. This is the kind of credibility. This is the source. These are the people doing this. Matt Cooper is the only guy that had integrity almost around me that was currently around me. And they went to him. Bree Ryder, whose case has been dismissed, absolute liar. I could go on forever on all these people, but there's going to be documentaries and movies about this and books. Bree Ryder goes to Matt Cooper and says, you got to sue Tim Ballard because he can't become senator. And Matt's friends with Bree. And he's like, what are you talking about? I have nothing to sue him about. What do I sue him? Oh, don't worry, we'll take care of that. But you need to do it. He's like, I'll never do that, Bree. And they're friends. Hangs up the phone. Bree Ryder, about a week or two later, sues Matt Cooper for sexual assault. Do you see what this manifests? How obvious that is. That's what you should be talking about on this podcast. Not bringing this guy who's he's truly mentally ill. I feel bad calling him a clown earlier because I really think I'm serious. He is not well. You can't be well and just say things. I mean, saying things that he would never have access to that information anyway, even if it were true. I feel bad for him. But let's keep going.
Those donors that are trying to help out.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it gets worse because not only was Tim living the lifestyle that he wants, that extravagant lifestyle, on these sacred funds, on these generous donations, but I've interviewed people that were involved with the OUR RAN nonprofit, orphanage called Foyer des Sions in Haiti. And from the people that were there on the ground, they have given testimony that the donations that they were collecting in the United States, even food and shoes, that were being sent to this OUR orphanage in Haiti, were being confiscated by the orphanage director and sold on the black market. And this is to the detriment of the kids, because she said that the kids, and this comes from multiple people that I've talked to, that the kids were walking around in the yard of this orphanage, Foyer des Sions, and they'd had no shoes, and there's goats or chickens or other animals that were, their feces was in this yard. And so they were getting sick from worms, from parasites getting into their feet from walking around on animal feces. And so they organized a fundraiser to get a bunch of shoes for all the kids, got the shoes, shipped them from America, brought them down here, gave them to the orphanage director, who then took those and sold those shoes on the black market. And a week later, like, where are all the shoes? Why are the kids all walking around? And did some investigation, and that turns out that's what happened. This orphanage director is a man named Giesno Marty. And for anybody who's been involved in or attended OUR fundraisers from the very beginning, Giesno is a man who had a son who was kidnapped from church. He was an LDS bishop. His son was kidnapped from church. I'm forgetting the year. I think 2009, I want to say. And Elder Ballard asked Tim to help find this kid.
Is that the beginning of their relationship?
Mm-hmm. With Elder Ballard?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the very first assignment or project. Elder Ballard asking Tim to use his expertise to find Gardy, this bishop's son. This man, Giesno, was the orphanage director here. Now, fast forward, what comes out from this orphanage that OUR took over and was running, and it was part of the OUR board, is that Giesno was not only selling the kids shoes, but two different girls came forward with testimonies that they were being sexually abused on a regular basis by the orphanage staff, and that Giesno had forced them to get abortions when they became pregnant. And this all was brought to the attention of Tim and OUR, and the whistleblowers, the women that brought all this attention, were marginalized, silenced. The girls were intimidated.
What women is he talking to? He's getting confused with the other women story. And the women were marginalized. What women? Okay, first of all, we don't run orphanages. We support aftercare programs around the entire world. Foyer des Sions is one of those orphanages that we sponsor or help. We don't run it. He's lying saying we run it because he wants to give me responsibility for anything that might happen. I've never heard allegations about shoes or black markets. I haven't heard that. But we did hear that there was some kind of maybe a sexual assault situation. I never heard staff to child, but I heard child to child, like teenagers and stuff. We're not there. So what I did was all I could do. I sent a guy down named Jeff Frazier and a team, to different people, and said, look, if we're going to donate to you, we don't run this place. If we're going to donate to you, we're going to look at everything. Jeff went down, okay, and he investigated everything he could, and I instructed him, and he followed through. Anything he found, all the evidence, he reported to the orphanage commission of Haiti. And he said, Gaston, I'm sorry, we have to give this information over. We have no authority. We did everything we could above and beyond what you have to do. We're just donors. OUR was a donor to an orphanage. We donate to orphanages and aftercare centers all around the world. We don't run them. And when we heard the allegations, which I never saw verification of anything, but I did send someone down because if we're going to continue funding this place, then we have to vet this out. And we did. We had a team that did it. And everything that was done was reported back to the Orphanage Commission of Haiti and the police. And they investigated and found nothing that resulted in any charges. for many reasons, not that necessarily. We stopped supporting Folla de Sion, but we did help Gesno get out of there when the thugs came in and took over, and he had to leave. I've always stayed close to Gesno. We've never stopped looking for his son. We've actually rescued over 500 children in Haiti and Dominican Republic looking for his son. So this is another spin-up story, putting responsibility on our shoulders that we never had responsibility for, but did everything we could when we found out that an orphanage that we sponsored might have some wrongdoing. We checked into it. We spent time and resources to check into it and turned everything over to proper authorities in Haiti so they could look into it. And they never concluded, they never found any evidence to do anything about it. And Gesno wasn't even mad at us. He's like, I get it. You have to do what you got to do. I thought he was going to be mad that we turned over we did an investigation. He said, no, you do what you got to do. And they didn't find anything that came of it. So we're not the police, but we can definitely vet our people out. So another spin story.
And Gesno, this is all because Gesno and the story about his son being kidnapped from church was a huge fundraiser for Tim and OUR. Huge fundraiser.
Well, that's kind of the thread that runs through The Sound of Freedom, isn't it? Is that the portrayal of Gesno's son that he finally gets at the very end?
Yeah, Gesno's being used as a fundraiser for this. So when all these allegations came out about kids being sexually abused and forced abortions, and were brought to the attention of not only Tim, but Glenn Beck was involved. This orphanage was brought to his attention. They chose to bury it and hide it because 7 months later, they're launching Catherine's Children Need Families adoption agency, and that was a big fundraiser for her. And Gesno spoke at that. So they had somebody who was allegedly
Gesno never spoke at any fundraiser for Children Need Families. I don't think Children Need Families. Did we ever do a fundraiser at Children Need Families? Like a fundraiser for children, an event where Gesno came and spoke for Children Need Families? No. I have the former director sitting right here, and my memories. That's another. He just fabricates things. He just makes things up. I told you that we responded to the allegations. No evidence was found, and again, he just talks. He has to pretend he knows stuff, and he doesn't. He knows nothing. He's literally ad-libbing, making things up. I noticed that Greg asked him, isn't that the common thread, the Gardy story through Sound of Freedom? Sound of Freedom has nothing to do with Gardy, but Ryan said yes. See that? He just went along with it. Okay, because he doesn't know what else to do, because it sounded good that Greg was saying something that might have, so he just went along with it. That's what he does. He's a liar. Let's go.
Sexual trafficker that was protecting pedophiles that were raping kids under his stewardship speak at their fundraiser to raise money for anti-trafficking human.
That's such a disparagement to Gesno. Gesno Marty is a good man who lost his son and stayed in Haiti, almost lost his family. To take an aim at Gesno right now, saying that he's basically a pedophile, Gesno knew we were coming down. He cooperated with our investigation. He knew we were turning everything over, and he said, do what you got to do. And then there was never any evidence that would shut down Gesno. Okay, but any whisper of something, an allegation to Ryan Fisher is a fact, is an indictment, because he's sick. I told you what we did. We went above and beyond what we needed to do, and that's the truth. And he never spoke at a fundraiser. He literally makes stuff up. He just makes stuff up. Like, it's insane to me. I'm sitting here, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Like, it's so bizarre. Go ahead.
Trafficking efforts, I'm sorry, this gets me really upset because this is so beyond just evil and deceptive. It's just like the worst of the worst.
Guys, Ryan's really upset right now. He's very upset over his false narrative and lies. When you tell a lie and you get really upset about it, he's upset. Take note. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what's going on.
So you're involved with him at this time. Is that right? You're involved with Tim. You're his right-hand man at this time.
This was all happening in 2017, right after I had my falling out with him.
Greg, he was never involved with me. He was never my right-hand man. He had nothing to do with OUR. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. Apparently he was at that range shooting. a class that was nothing to do with OUR other than it was a sideshow during a think tank about whether we should do this thing or not. And then he pitched this weird idea that I didn't want to do with National Geographic. That is the limit. That's the limit of him and OUR. So just know this. He has no credibility. Greg Mattson knows more, or at least as much about OUR and these things he's talking about as Ryan Fisher does. That is a fact. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But you kind of knew what was going on.
Yeah, with the Gardy stuff, the kid that was kidnapped, yeah, I was in meetings and fundraisers with Giesno.
So the former director of CNF, Trillion Families, watched this before I did. So I told you, I'm watching this for the first time. But she was so outraged because she knows Giesno and she knows Ryan Fisher's never met with him, ever been in the same room with him. She called Giesno a few weeks ago and verified. Ryan Fisher has never been in a meeting or a room with Giesno, ever. Ever. I've never seen it, and Giesno's never seen it. I think he'd recognize him. Go ahead.
And other prominent people. So I would go to these private meetings with Tim, with Giesno. Giesno would tell a story about his son being kidnapped, and try and curry support and favor from different people, including general authorities at this time, for helping OUR.
How was he using the church then? I mean, it's obviously, I mean, is he looking for resources? Is he looking for, hey, I'm accepted by the church? I mean, I don't know how most people feel about Tim today, but I see him as an absolute narcissist.
Hey, thanks, Greg. Never met me, never talked to me. No, nothing. I guess we met on a show. I did your show. I don't remember. I hope it was a good interview. But you've diagnosed me as a narcissist, just for the record. I just want to note that. That's what you've done. I'm not going to diagnose you with anything. I wish you had vetted this guy. I wish you had called me. There's a principle called Matthew 18 compliance. It's very important. You go to before you start making allegations against people, you go to that person and talk to them. Did you attempt to call me? Did you attempt to reach out to my team before you decided to platform this guy and diagnose me as being a narcissist? How do you make that kind of assessment about somebody? I'm being honest. How do you do that? You have no information by which to do that other than what? Stuff from Vice News? You mentioned Vice News earlier. The pro-pedophile, anti-LDS, anti-Christian magazine? Is that your source? Ryan Fisher's your source? This is important stuff. We're rescuing children, and I'm more active than ever doing that. So attacking the vehicle, you know you're not in a position to diagnose me with narcissism. You know you're not. And I'm not in a position to diagnose you with anything either. I would never dare do that to you. I want your show to do well. I hear from friends that it's a good show. That's why I'm hoping that you'll show this, because Ryan Fisher's not going to help your show or your credibility. You know that. You had close friends reach out to you and tell you, what are you doing? I wish, you haven't responded to that yet, but anyway.
Relationship with him, it is about Tim. And, but what is his relationship with the church? How does that develop? And is he using that relationship?
Yeah, I think, like I said, Elder Ballard got involved because it probably obviously weighed really heavy on Elder Ballard's heart. A kid getting kidnapped from primary, like that, every parent's worst nightmare. And he becomes aware of this guy, Tim, who has skills of allegedly having skills of being able to track down traffickers and rescue kids.
That's not alleged. Me and my teams have documented well over 10,000 children around the world. The fact that that's not even being talked about in this thing, this whole show has been a grave disservice to children, using airtime to talk about lies which discredit and hurt a legitimate vehicle that has documented, rescued over 10,000 directly, up to 20,000 indirectly. Governments calling us all the time. You don't get governments calling you all the time. I've been in Syria working with Ambassador Huckabee and the administration. I just came from Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, massive operations in Brazil. Again, watch Hidden War. It's like I got two guys talking about something that they have done no homework about. None. I mean, it's all there for you, but I just don't understand. I don't understand this. The Sermon on the Mount, it was serious. Matthew 5, very important to reach out to the source and talk to them. People's lives get destroyed over this. And it's just so disappointing watching two people who have no idea diagnosing me, telling lies, making conclusions off of complete fabrications. This is disappointing. This really is. But let's keep going.
Kids. So I mean, I have no reason to not believe that was just a genuine invitation from Elder Ballard to try and fix a really tragic situation. And that's where that relationship started. And this goes back to, what's in the Book of Mormon, where, the wicked people at the time of Christ were destroyed because they were wicked. And so Tim would take the thread of that message and weave it into his narration that the American covenant is, if you don't do things right, if you're not a righteous person, then God's going to come down and destroy you and your family. Mm-hmm. And that's a message that's based in fear.
Greg, have you read my books? Deseret Book published my books about a message about fear, about the covenant. One reason you're mad at me because I'm attacking what I call the deep state of the church. That Vice News you mentioned, they lied to Vice News and said Tim Ballard's never done projects associated with the church. $4 to $5 million was made off my books. There are books of hope and true scriptural principles about look what he's doing. It says anything I do, these books did very well. It's a message of Jesus Christ, of hope, of a real covenant that's on this land that's based in the Abrahamic covenant and what Isaiah talks about the covenant. And yeah, there are tribulations that come. There are covenant curses according to Deuteronomy, according to all over Isaiah 65, 66, Isaiah 1. But I don't even talk about that in my book. I don't talk about those. It's going to come and destroy your family. This guy tried to make a living off these books he's talking about. He read my books, he saw my presentations, and tried to make money. He loved it so much, he tried to use, now all of a sudden, my covenant research is horrible, and it's about tribulations and God just cursing your family. Look what he's willing to do.
That's a message that can have really destructive effects. It did in my life, turned me into a hardcore prepper and started going down some really fearful paths with me and my family.
Ryan was a hardcore prepper I'm not a prepper. Go talk to my wife. Ryan was a prepper when he met me. If he found that message, whatever, go read the books. They're beautiful books. They're testimonies of Jesus Christ, of the Book of Mormon, of the covenant on the land that the Book of Mormon describes. And it focuses on the blessings, not the curses. There's very little about the curses. But now he's blaming me for whatever crazy world he got into being a prepper. I'm to blame for everything in this guy's life. Even my books, this was a shock. I didn't know my books caused Ryan Fisher to become a prepper and whatever. It's my fault. It's just it's unbelievable, right? It's like Trump. It's Trump arrangement syndrome. You see this. Anything he does, good, bad, or indifferent, is horrifying and destructive. I hope you see the patterns and how there's no credibility in this person.
The side of that message that is something I can get behind is
several people have done that, by the way.
Yeah. By turning to God in faithful prayer, in hopeful faith promoting ways, not fearful ways. The hopeful faith promoting ways can be a good thing in people's lives and in our communities in general and stuff. And so Elder Ballard wanted to advance that message, and I became involved because he asked me to make a TV show about Tim that would advance the American Covenant message. And he believed that was a message that would resonate with evangelical Christianity, a message that both mainstream members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and evangelical Christians, we can all agree on the fact that God played a role in the founding of America.
Greg, don't let him pretend that he supports what Elder Ballard is doing. This guy has attacked Elder Ballard like no other. He is now, first of all, Elder Ballard never asked him. It was one meeting. It was awkward. I wish it never happened. He left and he says, we're not working with him. Okay. He just wanted to meet the guy I was doing tours with, because I meet with Elder Ballard like once a week. It wasn't a big deal to bring Ryan in. So he fabricates this thing. Elder Ballard asked me to do this, never asked him to do anything. But now he's going to pretend. He's trying to make you think that somehow he supports the Book of Mormon and Elder Ballard. He has lied in other podcasts saying that Elder Ballard asked me to dupe evangelicals through my books and my research to trick them into becoming members of the church, which he never, ever, ever did. Ever. We didn't even talk about that. He knew the message that I was writing about and speaking about was scriptural. And frankly, it's one of the reasons I was attacked, because this was a spiritual attack. Again, please watch Backfire and watch the process by which they excommunicated me. How they did it tells you why they did it. If I were guilty of something, they wouldn't have to lie to a tabloid magazine. They wouldn't have to keep witnesses out. They wouldn't have to deny me every scriptural Jesus right that is mine to have a council in D&C 102, except like how they did it tells you why they did it. And frankly, one of the reasons is it's a spiritual attack against me and my team and my families for rescuing children and teaching the truth, the very important truth about this covenant. So don't let him pretend that somehow he's even benign with Elder Ballard. He has attacked Elder Ballard up, down, and every other way, saying he fraudulently tried to trick people and use me to trick people to join the church. So the fact that he's playing to you right now, he's playing to you to make you think that he's cool with this. He's not. You didn't do your homework, Greg. I'm sorry you didn't. Go ahead.
That he inspired some very inspirational, heroic men to do some amazing things that have blessed the whole world. You know, that message is something that, you know, you can take all of the controversial stuff about works versus grace between, you know, evangelical Christianity and Mormons and set that aside. And so he was hoping, from my perspective, he was hoping that this could be a unifying message that
is not what Ryan has been saying on every podcast. That Elder Ballard is hoping to be this unifying message. No, he has said it multiple times. He said it, I'm pretty sure he said it in the court, which the judge was like, why are you talking about this guy Elder Ballard from the LDS Church? He has literally defamed Elder Ballard multiple times. He's totally lying to you. You can't even keep his lies straight. He has defamed Elder Ballard every way you can think, calling him a charlatan who used me to dupe evangelicals into joining the church through this message of the covenant. Now he's changing his story to placate you, Greg, so you'll give him more time to defame and disparage me and frankly children. That's what he's been doing. He's defamed and disparaged those children on the island that were real children. This is gross to me. This is very sad. But let's keep going.
Would bring Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints into mainstream evangelical Christianity in some way, and thought that Tim's message and his books around the American Covenant could be a bridge in that way. And so I was asked to make a TV show about that. And so that was like a 10-year effort by Elder Ballard is to try and incorporate.
He keeps saying, it's like the third time he said, I was asked to make a TV show. So what happened with that ask? Ryan, the church has plenty of money, because there never was an ask. I was asked to make a TV, tell us the rest of the story. You were asked to do it, so I guess Elder Ballard would have funded it too, right? Elder Ballard never asked him to do anything. Elder Ballard was not impressed by him. No one asked him to do anything. Okay, great, keep going.
Incorporate that message that would reflect well on the church. But I still to this day see Elder Ballard as somebody that got used by Tim for his own ends. And the other thing that that Tim ran off the cliff that Elder Ballard did was very, very early on when Tim was very troubled. This was before OUR started, but he was trying to transition. He was very troubled about things to do with a sexual nature that he didn't say that he had to do with his job that he was really troubled by. And I took it at the time was that he had to look at child, PORN, and that was bothering him. And so he'd be going to the temple twice a week, as often as possible. And he was really troubled and disturbed by something along those lines. And he went to Elder Ballard after they became friends. And he came back and he told me that he got a special blessing from Elder Ballard that absolved him from guilt over what he was doing. And
I know I can't believe that this doesn't cease to just shock me. I think he can't. What's he talking? I never got any second. This is insanity. Absolved me from sin. Again, complete lies. You think Elder Ballard would do that? or I would seek that. This is the first I've even heard of this. I think I kind of recognize something like this that he said, I think in a deposition someone brought up. This is insanity. Elder Ballard never absolved me of anything, nor did he even have a conversation about this. Nor did I tell this guy, even if he did. I mean, his willingness to just pull things out of thin air, it's just had to react to that because it's so bizarre, so bizarre. Apparently, I'm getting indulgences or something like the Catholic Church used to do. Or what? This is insanity. I don't need to be absolved. It's not a sin for me to look at what's happening to children to go rescue them. I didn't feel like I needed to be absolved. I have to be absolved from looking at crime scenes because that's a sin. Is that the suggestion? Keep going.
To do to try and save kids, and what he told me was that Elder Ballard gave him a special blessing that he would not be held accountable for sins committed while in the act of trying to save kids. And that's kind of a general statement. A lot of people have speculated that that was the second anointing or something. I don't know if it was. It sounds like it, but anyways.
I know I already said it, but I just can't let that go without saying again. Like, this is loony town, crazy, complete fabrication. I've never had any kind of conversation with that about absolving sins. And certainly, I didn't even know what the second anointing was until I heard someone in these lawsuits accuse me of Elder Ballard having given it to me. Never happened. I don't know what it is, but never happened. Just I had to interject and again. Okay, keep going.
Use that. That I guess he saw it as a get out of jail free card, because there's no way that Elder Ballard would condone or support Tim committing sexual assault of women, you know?
I never committed sexual assault of any woman. That's been proven in court. It's in the documents. It's insanity. Go see what happened. Celeste Boris was the only one that really made a story up, and the judge told her she's a liar multiple times. Judge Todd Shaughnessy, 3rd District Court of Utah, July 18th, look at the ruling. He calls her a liar, a perjurer, and she admits on the stand, if you read the transcript, she literally admits, I did nothing to him. She admits she lies. She's in huge trouble. But he just states as fact that I was sexually assaulted women. I sexually assaulted nobody. There's some instances, by the way, where they might have been assaulting me, for sure, and that's documented, and I fired people from trainings because they were coming on to me. I wouldn't say assault, but they were coming on to me and trying to do things with me, and I documented and kicked them out. I mean, because we're doing these trainings that are, they mess with some people's heads, and that's why we don't work with those kind of people. But I can't let him say that and not interject, because it's just horrifyingly defamatory. But
his own mind, he thought he had a free pass to commit sins and do things that were immorally wrong, as long as it was in the effort of saving kids. So then he comes up with like this couples ruse idea where he takes women that are married to other people and makes them his partner on these operations to act as his spouse on these operations.
Yes, I've spoken to those women.
Greg, I invite you, I plead with you to read the documents of every woman that came to you. They were either they were told they were going to make tons of money. You understand? Go look at the documents. I have them. They've lost in court. Their case has been dismissed. And go read the documents. Go read my countersuits against them. It's all hogwash. It's all made up. They tried to get Matt Cooper to do the same thing, and it's this fake story. We'll attach a fake story to it, but you're going to get compensated. They went to Pedro Flores, Simba from Sound of Freedom. They wanted him to sue me. He said, based on what? We'll just make up a story, don't worry. But you're going to get compensated. We have texts. But the few people that turned down the job got their lives endangered, like Pedro, when Mortensen declared him publicly, and the cartels followed up with that before he could testify against Kelly Suarez in the trial. And Matt Cooper got sued by Bree Ryder. These women are completely compromised. And they're actors, by the way. That's why we use some of them. So they can turn on and off tears. They can act emotional. Krista Casey is the biggest liar. I think she's the one who came to you. Go see what she did. Go read it. Go read the countersuits. She's a liar. I did a whole thing. Troy Abels with Matthew 18 complaint. He did a whole show on her. I just posted it a few weeks ago. I could get into it right now, but this is getting lengthy. But I mean, after she said I assaulted her, there's no assault even in the document. It's bizarre. And then she shows up and she's, I'll never work with him again. Then she comes on her own time and dime in December of 2022 after the alleged assault. She's 50 years old. She runs businesses. She has 3 adult children. She comes December 22 to Scottsdale, Arizona, shows up and waves to the crowd. And I said, Krista Casey here, one of our operators. That's months after she promised you, looking back, lying, saying, I would never work with Tim again, because she decided to put the assault in some weird story from the Dominican Republic. Months later, she's there after saying she never would see me again. I have the video camera of her actually waving to the crowd. And then 3 months later, in February of 2023, shows up on another operation willingly. She's a liar, and she's the one I know who talked to you, and maybe others who are also similarly compromised. Read the follow-up. You act like people just can't lie or something. It's insane. And look at the timing. The political hit job, people that were going after, $10 million is what we understand. I can't give more information because there's a mass investigation into conspiracy right now about this whole thing. Put it all together. You don't think this stuff happens? I mean, you are like, I don't know where you stand on Trump, but you are like someone who would bring on your podcast that woman who accused him 20 years ago of taking him and assaulting her in a dressing room. That's who Ryan Fisher basically is in credibility. And you're platforming this guy. Like and there's so much evidence exculpatory to me that's available. Go ahead.
But then he takes this concept that he won't be held accountable before the church or God for his sexual advances, and he just runs with it. And I believe he completely lost control of his own passions, as is evident by the myriad of lawsuits.
But evident by the myriad of lawsuits. That's all it takes? Just people sue you, 5 people sue you, including a convicted trafficker, and that's it? Read the whole story. Go to my Upper Room post. Go read my Upper Room post. That's where I first introduced Operation Millstone and this vast conspiracy to stop the Son of Freedom Act, to stop me from a senator. Look at the timing of it. Okay, let me explain the couples rules real quick for those who need a refresher. I stand by it. It was created by myself and Colonel Francia Hernandez, who runs all of anti-trafficking work in Dominican Republic. She also stands by it. The honest operators who are females who worked on this stand by it. Okay, I know operators who have sex with prostitutes to maintain their credibility. Because when you go into a brothel, when you go into a strip club, and they're selling children to you, they expect you to have sex with the child to prove you're not a cop, or at the very least you're gonna have sex with the prostitutes, or get crazy lap dances and all sorts of things. I chose not to do that. Ironically, had I chosen to have sex with these prostitutes, I wouldn't have been falsely accused because no one would have talked. Instead, I came up with a plan with Colonel Francia Hernandez, because she needed me to go overnight into a brothel to do a case which resulted in 27 kids being rescued. And Catherine was part of it. We asked, how do we block so I can go do this? Pretend to have a girlfriend, pretend to have a wife. And then when the advances come and the lap dancer wants a lap dance, she says, no, you can't do that to my man. And she'll be holding my hand, sitting here, sitting on my lap, blocking for us. So that when I say, I would love to have sex with that child, because that's who I'm pretending to be, she says, you're not gonna do that with me here. Do you understand? It's so easy. It's so basic. People pretend like it's so outrageous, this idea. And nobody was assaulted. It's all, again, I have entire documentaries. It would take hours to go to each case, but it's all baloney. And again, Ryan has no standing. No standing. No more standing than some person randomly who picks up a lawsuit and decides to believe the lies.
So getting back to Elder Ballard was used in the same way I was used. Elder Ballard's passion and desire to do good things was used and manipulated.
Elder Ballard never felt used. He was an apostle of God. He was with me till the end. Doug Anderson and those on the PR committee, watch Backfire, they lied when they said Elder Ballard cut me off. He didn't cut me off. Catherine called him, listen carefully, Catherine called him the day that statement to Vice News went out. Watch Backfire, I don't want to repeat myself too much here. She called Elder Ballard, he said, what are you talking about? Picked up the phone. If he had cut us off, he wouldn't have picked up the phone. Picked up the phone and said, what are you talking about? What statement? His name was used in vain by people who lied. He never cut me off. We were best friends to the day that they did this to him, and then he was dead within weeks of that happening. Watch Backfire, look at the material. I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make him drink. All right, but Greg, there's so much information out there that would that would discredit what Ryan's saying, and I hope you do the right thing. Okay, go ahead.
But Tim is a master manipulator, a master narcissist, somebody that believes his own lies.
The projection manifested there is insane. Talk about someone who lies and believes their lies. I've proven it to you just in this hour or so that we've been together. And there's much more where that came from. Go ahead.
And he's very charismatic. And he used all of that to manipulate people into giving him what he needs and what he wants. And unfortunately, from my perspective, it's so subtle. And it's like, I mean, a lot of really important, intellectual, smart people fell victim to this con. And so it's sad, but here we are.
Did he have any involvement with Janet Russin when you were with him?
Janet was introduced to...
Janet, by the way, to the audience, is the psychic that he often sought counsel from.
Janet was introduced to other OUR employees as the church's psychic.
The church does not have a psychic. She was never introduced. What a stupid story. The church doesn't have a psychic. Janet is very legitimate. She has a gift or a skill been used by law enforcement in Utah, law enforcement in San Diego, other places. I came from the CIA. I learned about something there called Operation Stargate. The gift or the skill is called remote viewing. It's a legitimate thing. Taxpayer dollars pay for remote viewing. It's a skill that is very useful and has been very effective. And when she came to us and provided intel on an operation in Haiti that only I knew, details only I knew. So then I vetted one of the cases she told me she had worked on in California. And I won't get into the case, but I could. It's very impressive. But the detective told me that her gift or skill is legitimate. And he said his exact words were, "spare no expense in using her." And so there have been times in operations where we have successfully used what is absolutely confirmed through the U.S. government and many other governments, including DIA and CIA, who employ multiple remote viewers in what's called Operation Stargate. Recently, well, I say recent, like 5-8 years ago, was declassified. That's it. These women who lied to Greg turned her into, basically they called her a pimp or crazy. It was an easy target because the gift is unusual, and that's all this is. And I stand by everything I've ever done working with Janet Russin, and I would be happy to work with other remote viewers who work on things like Operation Stargate. I was at the CIA, I saw it be effective, and I'm going to use whatever legitimate tool I can to rescue children. I'm not going to be scared because people don't understand it or they think it's whatever they want to say it is. But it's an easy target. They took advantage of her. You know, Janet went through hell because she was one of the few people, along with my wife and Matt Cooper, who stood up for me because she knew the truth. She knew the women. She knew them, and she was brave enough, like you know, only 1% of those who knew me at the time were. So you know what she got for that? Also sued for all sorts of things. Okay, she got financially ruined by this. So here you guys are talking about her in vain and just, you know, letting Ryan just have his way with what I call an easy target, because you can throw the term in psychic, which sounds crazy, and that's not what this is. You're talking about things you do not understand, but if you tried to, you would. And if your child was lost and the CIA came to you and said, "We would like to offer you Operation Stargate, Greg. Would you like to use that to find your child?" Would you turn it down? I promise you, you would not. So we should all be a little more respectful when you're talking about people like Janet Russin.
The information we have on where Janet came from comes from Tim, who's not a reliable source. However, so Tim claims to multiple people that Janet is totally approved by Elder Ballard. And that Elder Ballard personally used Janet as his psychic.
Elder Ballard never used her as his personal psychic. They never met. Okay, but because Elder Ballard was like my best friend and spiritual mentor, When Janet came to me, notwithstanding the fact that I knew about Operation Stargate, I knew these things were legitimate, I went to him first. She's one of the first people I went to. I said, this woman told me these things. She seems nice. She seems normal. And she told me things that only I would have known about certain operations, particularly in Haiti. And I went and talked to him because I talked about everything. And he said to me, well, you take a week to look into it and I'll take a week to look into it. And let's meet next week to see what we should do about this. Because again, he's like a grandfather to me and he would tell you that. So I don't know what he did. I didn't ask him, but I know what I did. I went to Janet and I said, I need some bona fides. Where have you worked for? Where have you worked before? And she said, I worked in this police department, multiple, this police department. And she told me about a case that seemed outrageous, if true, awesome, but it seemed like too good to be true. And that's when I called that detective in California and he verified everything and more. I went to HSI, who knew this detective. They vouched for the detective. I vetted this thing out from top to bottom. I came back the next week. I said, here's what I found. You know, we do believe in spiritual gifts. We do believe in remote viewing as something that even the government uses taxpayer dollars to fund. But I don't want to be bamboozled. And I said, here's what I found. What I found checks out. And also she wasn't she wasn't asking for anything. You know, she was just volunteering because she cared about children. So there was like nothing in it for her except to help. Elder Ballard came back and said, I did my thing and I agree with you that you should proceed and work with her. That's a fact. I don't know what his thing was, I didn't ask. But that's a fact and that's what happened. And that was part of a longer vetting process that we took, several of us, to start working with Janet. And it turned out that the service she rendered was very, very useful and led directly to the rescue of children. And that's it. And again, I would ask someone like Greg Mattson. I won't ask Ryan because I don't think he can't even assimilate information. He really can't. But Greg, if your child or grandchild or whatever you have is missing and you found out everything I just told you, would you deny that she might? Of course you wouldn't. So get the information and show some respect. She lost everything because she served. And she stood up for me and got sued and hammered in the press because she stood up for me. One of 3 or 4 people.
And but that information comes from Tim, and so I don't know. That's where that trail leads. We haven't gotten any comment from Elder Ballard or his family specifically on the role Janet Russin played. However, Janet was used for a lot of years, all the way up until current day, as Tim's source for intelligence and trying to find Gardy, the kid in Haiti, and trying to find traffickers. Janet was the only intelligence source he had.
Again, Ryan has no standing to make these judgments. He wasn't there. We had multiple sources. We redid the entire investigation looking for Gardy. There's multiple points of information. We did consult with Janet, and it was actually super successful, along with a variety of other investigative techniques, just like I did at the CIA, just like I did successfully at HSI for 12 years and have till this day, which is why we've rescued well over 10,000 children, documented in over 20 countries. Period. That's it. The stats speak for themselves. The fact that we're this far into this conversation and nobody has talked about the stats that we show that we've put out there. Again, I'm grateful we have Hidden War coming out. Please watch it. Okay, I can't make this stuff up. We didn't recreate anything. Watch it. And again, we back up everything we say that we've done, and we're more active than ever. Okay, the fraud wouldn't last for 20 years, guys. You can't pull this off for 20 years. Okay, and Ryan's 2.5 years into his fraud against me, and it's about over. It's about over. Like, I've let him go this long on purpose because, again, strategically, you just let him talk. The more you talk, when you get him in court, it's going to be game over. And I've let him do it on purpose. The only reason, again, to reiterate, is this is the first time that I understand that he might be on. I've never watched the show, Cwic. Apparently I was interviewed by him, but I don't watch the show. But I've heard from his friends who are very disappointed in him. They reached out to me. They were the ones who told me about this. I didn't know. I don't watch his show. They were so disappointed in him because they said he didn't look into I got the text. He didn't look at anything. He didn't research this guy. And they know Ryan Fisher. He scammed these people too. And I know that Greg knows they reached out and he didn't call them back even. So I don't know what's going on, but I will believe my friends who say that this show is respectable. So that's why I've chosen to do this. Because if the show's respectable to my friends, that means that respectable people probably listen to this show and they deserve to hear the truth that I am now manifesting.
Actually, she wasn't the only one. There was a second one named Lori, who I was familiar with, who I knew when I was there. And she had different psychic abilities. She claimed to be able to be able to see spirits beyond the veil. The veil didn't exist for her. And so she could talk to people beyond the veil. And Tim brought her in also as a consultant.
I didn't bring her in as a consultant. She came on a tour, one of our tours, and I understand Ryan had a relationship with her, personal, and had dinner with her. And I know for a fact that he was believing he was getting information from her. But Lori never worked for me. I think a lot of people, he's just poking people. There's people who have spiritual gifts. My wife has crazy spiritual gifts and intuition. And if I said that somewhere, he would be calling her a psychic. Do you understand what he's doing? Like he's now hitting this other person who never worked for me, ever.
As a source of intelligence as well. He brought her on the trip because he was really excited. He's like, if she can see dead people, then we'll go to John Adams' house and maybe she can talk to John Adams and we can have a conversation with John Adams.
This insanity. He's insane. That conversation never happened. We didn't try to summon John Adams, ever. She was a friend who paid and came on the tour because she was interested in American history, and she has intuition. She has like anybody does. This is crazy town. Crazy town. We're going to do a seance with John Adams.
So I reluctantly booked her on our tour and brought her on, but
I can tell you it was not reluctantly, and we'll call Lori into court when we go to court over all this. Ryan, she'll tell you, he was calling her. He invited her. I think they had dinner together, their families. Like they had a relationship because he reluctantly booked her. Wow. He was all over her and like I said, extended the relationship past the tour, and he knows that. And she'll testify to that as well. Keep going.
Where no founding fathers talked to us on that trip through her.
Okay.
It's a crazy story. I can't.
That's not true. George Washington did talk to me. We had a whole seance at Mount Vernon. It was amazing, but we didn't invite Ryan to it.
Speaking, I'm like, what? Really? That happened?
Yeah.
You guys know I was joking back there, right? Just got to make sure, because people who are delusional like Ryan Fisher will take that out of context. I'm clearly trying to manifest the craziness that is Ryan Fisher. Any
illicit sexual behavior by Tim while you were with him that you know of, or?
No, not while I was with him.
The answer is no. He has no information, so he shouldn't be talking. All he's doing is reading other people's lies and then adding his own lies to it. He's no information. That's the whole point. I thought he was going to say something. I really thought he was going to say, oh yeah, well, when we were at the Washington Monument, I saw Tim at the top assaulting a seagull or something. Like, I thought that's what he might say. Seriously, that wouldn't surprise me. But that's the one truth you've heard this whole time. No. And it's a pretty important truth. I don't know anything, Greg. I'm just listening. I'm reading what everyone else is reading. Lies, tabloids, Vice News, people who have been discredited and lost in court, others who are going to jail for trafficking and obstruction of justice. Again, it's like talking to a cat in a barn right now. You do just as well. He doesn't have any information. No is the answer. He never saw anything because nothing ever happened. Go ahead.
The lawsuits, the couple's ruse really got implemented.
Yeah.
Like 2016, 2017 onward.
Unfortunately, I've read through all of those.
But you clearly have not read the multiple 4 amended complaints to every one of those, which got the cases thrown out of court. Clearly, you have not read my countersuits, which I promise you I will win hands down, because had you read those, you would have said, but Ryan, I read Tim's exculpatory evidence and it's pretty powerful. And it is. Go read it. It's in my link tree. It's been sitting there for 2.5 years. Why won't you read it? It's called Matthew 18 Compliance, and it's very important for our souls. Not just for for integrity purposes, but for our souls. It's a commandment. Go read it. Go ahead.
His evolution of losing control took a while. It took a while, and I'm actually really, really thankful I wasn't around for those years, those later years when everything hit the fan, and he has to maintain control through threatening people at OUR and firing them. My neighbor that lived right down the street was high up in OUR, and when she called Tim out on misusing funds, he immediately fired her, took her laptop, and she got a packet from the lawyer threatening that he would sue her into oblivion if she spoke out about anything.
I think I know who he's talking about. I don't know. Oh, that's false. I don't deal with that. I never have. There's COOs who make those decisions. I'm not going to say this person's name. People get fired and they get mad. None of those things happened. I don't even, there's not one story where someone whistleblowed to me about that. If someone got fired, it was for a legitimate reason. Many people get fired in companies. What do you think they say afterwards? What do you think they say? That I wasn't living up to the job. I wasn't doing good enough work. No, they're going to say, I said this and this and that. That's what people do. I don't know who this person is. I'm guessing at it. But I can tell you that if it is that person, I'm pretty sure it is. I never did that kind of work. My job is going overseas throughout the United States and doing rescue operations. I don't run the business side of things. Those kind of decisions are made by other people. And I'm just letting you know it's just another lie.
And so that's, for the last 5 years of OUR, that's how he's operating. He's keeping binders of dirt on people that he could use to coerce them.
I've never kept a binder on anyone ever, 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 ever. And if that's true, show the receipts, Ryan. Again, you guys, there's no end to what he'll make up. That's the first time I've ever even heard of an allegation that I kept binders. I've never kept a single binder on anyone ever. I mean, maybe the HR department has files on people, on employees. I don't know. I've never kept a binder on anyone ever. And even if I did, how would he know that? Lies. Go.
Personally, people I'm friends with, that when the Attorney General, Davis County Attorney, was investigating Tim and OUR for fraud, Tim was going around, and he even contacted me at this time to try to, first off, curry favor from people that he had wronged. But also, if that didn't work, then he threatened them that he'd take them down.
So I'm going to stop because I know he can't say names next because this never happened. But I will tell you this. In an affidavit that he wrote supporting these liars, remember he just told you that during what we were being under investigation, that investigation was nothing, closed, nothing, not even close to anything. We'll talk about that later. But Ryan made the allegation that I tried to curry favor with him so that he wouldn't talk about me as if he had anything anyway. Let me tell you how either insane or ignorant Ryan is. In the affidavit, he literally said that I gave him a copy of my book, Slave Stealers, in order to bribe him into not talking about me in this criminal investigation. Okay, here's the problem. I looked at my records. It was 2018, and it was after I had pushed him away, yelled at him. I felt bad. I was a little bit upset when I was yelling at him because I was very upset. He stole money from me, and I'm not going to work with him anymore. And I kind of felt bad. It had been a year, and my book, Slave Stealers, had just come out in 2018, a year after we had separated. And even up until that time, like I told you, it was our relationship was like one a year, like maybe 2 or 3 times doing a tour. That's it. No OUR, no operations, nothing. Anyway, he said that I gave him that book to influence him to not hurt me in this investigation, as if I have some fear of that. Here's the problem. Documented. The book came out in 2018. I gave it to him in the Christmas of 2018. I gave it to like 100 different people. I gave it to him because I was trying to kind of olive branch for like, hey, I'm not going to work with you, but hopefully we can be friends. Here's my book. You might be interested. He liked my other books, okay? That's 2018. The Davis County investigation didn't begin, ready? Wait for it, till October of 2020. 2 years later is when it began. The first time I ever heard of it. So what Ryan is trying to tell you in all his great intellectualism and his crazy good journalistic skills is that somehow I gave him a $14 book in 2018 to influence him to not talk about a criminal investigation that wouldn't even appear on the scene for 2 years later. Refute it, Ryan, because that's what you said. He put it in writing and signed his name. He perjured himself. Signed his name to it. He gave me a book, Slave Stealers, 2 years before, a $14 or $20 book. What a bribe. Ooh. I don't care. He can say anything he wants. He wouldn't hurt me. But this is Ryan Fisher. Here's another example of how crazy it is. Just connect this dot with that dot and that speck and that fly on the wall and say something. That's it. There's a perfect example, the slave stealer story. It's in the affidavit that he signed, perjured himself. Go ahead.
If they spoke out against him. So
what do you make of his most recent, coming out in the last few months, posts that he's putting out there? He's trying to, it's almost like he's going after the church for internal sexual abuse, what they call SRA.
Yeah.
And associating, and by implication, consistently, that at the very highest levels, the church is involved with sexual ritual abuse.
Hey, Greg, that's really offensive. Really offensive. You don't even know what you're saying. I've literally said on the record that I don't believe any of the top leaders are involved with this. I've literally said it. I've borne testimony of them as prophets and apostles. I've pointed out there's a deep state that is for sure involved in cover-ups of sex abuse. It doesn't have to be SRA, but I have said that. But I've not accused I've not done what you said I'm doing. You shouldn't do that. You should not put words in people's mouths that are so incredibly offensive. It's just not true. Why would you say something that you have no receipts for? Okay, that there's cover-ups is 100%. And that'll come out in due time. If you think that President Trump asking me to run for Senate, I announced it on the Sean Spicer show, 3.5 weeks later, the deep state of the church, Doug Anderson, the PR committee, lies about me, saying I never did projects with them. False, you know this. Excommunicating me totally falsely, violating everything. Go watch Backfire. Saying I was about to cut me off. And then you think that would knock me out of the election? They knew what I was going to do. I was going to look into all sexual exploitation, including any cover-up by anyone. That's it. Okay, so please retract that statement, or at least let me say this, because that's not cool. Go ahead.
That they participated in what would be RICO-level election interference to stop his Senate run, which was going on, about to start, it appears, in 2023. And that he's got there's this deep church.
I have never... Did you hear what I just said, Greg? Did you hear what I just said? You don't think that's weird at all. Your friends say you like to be objective. So someone announces a Senate run on the platform of looking into sex abuse in Utah, and you don't think it's strange at all. You shouldn't even consider that 3 weeks later, it's a lie. Why lie about me? Why lie? Why say I never did projects? Why say I was about to cut me off? Why deny me everything to make sure I get excommunicated, violating every rule? Why is that not interesting to you? That's just impossible. A guy who just came from Bedminster, having the most hated man maybe in the U.S., Trump. You don't think that's interesting? There's nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, go ahead.
Conspiracy that's against him. What do you make of that, and how do you see that as just part of his kind of the evolution that you were talking about?
Yeah, very much so. In fact, I'll just tell you the pattern here. Tim used the cause of human trafficking to raise tens of millions of dollars for his own organization. Then when he got ousted and that fundraising seemed to be drying up, he moved to a different conflict. When the Ukraine war broke out and stuff, Tim shows up in Ukraine to try to film himself in dangerous situations attempting to rescue kids. And then he takes that footage back. He makes a little promo video about it and then asks for people's donations. You need to give me money to help me save the Ukrainian kids that are being lost in the fray. Then when that doesn't work or that funding source dries out, then he moves on to a different crisis, which was more recently the Druze situation in Syria. There's a Christian Druze population in southern Syria that was being attacked by ISIS. Mm-hmm. And who shows up? Tim shows up there, goes into the Druze community, films himself meeting them, like, these people need your help, makes a fundraising video about it, and then launches a website.
This is in Syria, right?
In Syria, in southern Syria. Yeah, this was like, I don't know, 2 months ago. Mm-hmm. And then when the border, back in, several years ago, when the border wall was a hot topic, Tim becomes very vocal about advocating for a border wall and supporting President Trump, and gets on some congressional hearings about that, and of course fundraises for his own organization through those efforts. And now he's pivoting his cause to sexual ritual abuse of children within the Mormon Church, right after he was denied his second appeal for reversing his excommunication.
Okay, that was the most bizarre just rant. What he just did was outline legitimate work that I'm doing and somehow making it look bad. Ukraine, really, when that didn't work out? That's a comment that's not going to age well at all for Ryan Fisher or Greg Mattson when in about a week or two, Hidden War comes out. One of the biggest operations we ever ran. I hope you watch it. I really hope you do. Greg, I really hope you watch it. We went to Ukraine, he's right, and we ended up rescuing countless children, dismantling a huge child trafficking ring that blew through 6 countries, 3 continents, a child sex hotel that went down in Ecuador. But he's downplaying that. How could you downplay that? Well, it's the same guy that downplayed children getting raped and sold for sex in Colombia, right? The Syria thing is so huge, so huge. I'm working with the Trump administration. I'm working with Ambassador Huckabee. Go look, do some research. We risked our lives, got into Syria, got the intel that the administration needed to then act, and we're still in the middle of this. I've testified before Congress on the Druze. We were the first Americans to go in there. So he's just going through my legitimate work, and somehow saying, this is part of the pattern. Yeah, it's part of the pattern of how you rescue children, and you tell your donors because you need support because they're dying. Go talk to any of the Druze people. Look at my interviews. What are they saying about me? This is weird. Isn't this weird? Okay, now I didn't pivot on anything. My second, you said, this is my reaction to my second appeals being denied? My appeals was denied in the first month. Okay? I didn't do anything. What he's talking about is there was a letter in March of 2024 that I said, here, I showed the attorneys, this is a lie. It's clear. Go watch Backfire. All your questions will be answered. I told them, you have to retract this lie because it's following me around and hurting me. In Argentina, you learn. This ISIS and the ISIS propagandists were using the Doug Anderson deep state church lie. And if you don't want to call it deep state, Greg, I would. Do you want to call it the church? It's clearly a lie. So either you're going to say the church lied or the deep state lied. I like to say the deep state lied because I don't want to implicate the entire church. If I've misspoken in text or saying, because I'm talking too fast and say the church, I always try to say the deep state, the deep church. That's what we're talking about here. I've always distinguished that. But if you want to say it's the church that I'm doing this to, then you're going to know it's a lie and the excommunication process. So I think you're safer admitting there's a deep church than implicating the entire church and was a clear lie and a political hit job. So I didn't pivot to anything. I'm still working on Hidden War. I'm still working on the Druze situation. It's not a failed thing and then I pivot to. The Hidden War operation ended with the dismantling of an entire criminal organization. So we were successful. And then we move on to Syria. We're still there. And my response in doing Backfire is to rescue children because they're being hurt by a lie by the deep state. It's an obvious lie. So he's just making smoke out of absolutely nothing, making fire out of nothing. Like, it's bizarre. Go ahead.
So what I see as a pattern, like, I don't have any firsthand knowledge whether SRA happens in the church. I've read the Glenn Place memo, and I'm fully aware and fully believe that there are very nefarious people that are using their positions in church, in any community, to get access to kids. Whether that's at an institutional level or how high up it goes, I have no knowledge of any of that. I don't know anything. However, I do know that Tim is a master profiteer of horrific human rights abuses, and he inserts himself, makes a video, says that he's the one that's going to save these kids, and then asks for your money. And that's been a grift he's been running for.
Again, not a grift. Real operations, real kids, real rescues, documented, over 10,000. Just because he gets to say it's a grift and it's fake, doesn't mean it's fake. Just because I do a video doesn't mean it's to defraud anyone. It means, just as easily, that I'm trying to get donations to help people who are dying. I stand by my record. It's so obvious. It's so clear. How did Sound of Freedom 2 and 3 just get funded if I'm a fraud? You don't think they vetted it? You know what Sound of Freedom 3 is about? The entire thing that happened to me over the last 2 years. They vetted everything. They're going to invest $20 million into that film. Why would they invest into a fraud? Because they vetted it and they know I'm telling the truth, and people like Ryan and the Mortons and Mafia and the women are lying, or they wouldn't do it. Why would you take a risk like that? Because they did their homework, something that nobody on this show so far has clearly done. And you really should.
Over 10 years, that's worked really, really well. And so the pattern is he's now taking on the church for two reasons. One is he thinks he's trying to raise money for his own TBF organization, his Tim Ballard Foundation. He's also trying to position himself as a righteous crusader. And he also realizes that the church has rejected him, and not only through the Vice statement, but he's lost 2 appeals for reversing the excommunication.
I will never be rebaptized. I'm not seeking that. I would never do it in a million years. I would be blaspheming my God after what they did to me. And if you want to look at it, it's there. The first 3 episodes backfired. The other 4 are coming out soon. It's all there. Just look at it. Greg, I know that I heard you even told someone I didn't like how they did that. Well, why don't you ask yourself why they did that? You said you didn't like it. Apparently you knew enough to know I don't like how they did excommunication. So the next step for you as a researcher is to say, why? Because like I said, how they did it tells you why they did it. If I were guilty, there'd be no reason to lie and violate every scripture and every policy and lie to a tabloid news outlet owned by George Soros. You don't have to lie if I'm guilty. So why'd they lie? So why didn't you take your question to the next level?
And so he's in fictional narration mode where he's got to spin a conspiracy theory, how that makes him still the righteous crusader that's on God's side. And in order for him to be a righteous crusader that's on God's side, there must be evil Satan worshipers that are holding him down. Like he's accused me of being working for the traffickers. He's accused the women of working for traffickers.
Ryan, you do work for the traffickers. When you go down to Colombia and lie about me to get off somebody, everybody just watched, you're exposed, it's over. Everybody who's watching to this point has seen the footage of what this woman was doing. You are still lying to this day to give cover for someone who sells children to be raped for money. What Kelly Suarez has done is just as bad, or frankly worse, than Epstein. I don't think Epstein was selling 11-year-olds for sex, or 12-year-olds. So yeah, you are a part of her. You are totally on her team. And I'm sorry, that's what you're doing. When Krista Casey published something showing support for Kelly Suarez, yeah, when you support traffickers, you're on their team. That's what that means. Like if I'm in the football game and supporting that team and saying yay for that team, yeah, I'm on their team. I'm indicating that. That's who you are. You actually are doing that. You are supporting them, and any woman who lies, or person who lies like you, to hurt a vehicle that is legitimately rescuing people, children, you are on the other team. It's very basic. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. It's pretty straightforward. But here's the thing. Let me tell you something. I am not, on this interview, I'm not going to talk more than I have about the church disciplinary council and the lie and the defamation. You just, if you care, watch Backfire. Okay, I bear my testimony. I'm actually defending President Nelson. Okay, I actually have a lot of exculpatory evidence for the brethren on this SRA stuff too, that I've mentioned and I will mention more, but I have not done anything even close to what Greg Mattson has already in this show said I did. He's putting other people's words in my mouth. He thinks I'm just part of everything everyone's saying. It's not true. People are shooting way, way past the mark on this. Okay, but cover-ups are never good. And I promise you that has happened extensively to the point that I know it's hard. I have tolerance and sympathy. It's very hard to come to grips with the fact of what resources are being used to legitimately cover up sex abuse, which they thought was okay to do. It's not okay to do. And it's all very scriptural as well. So I would just ask you guys to be the judge. I don't have time. We're going so long already on this. Go watch Backfire. It'll probably come out about the same time this comes out. Please watch it and just be fair. Be fair. That's all I'm asking for. Just be fair. I know the facts are on my side. Something else I want to say that I've said before. Every person to a person, that doesn't include Ryan Fisher or Greg Mattson, who came to me and sat down with me, and I walked through the whole case. It takes about 4.5 hours. Okay? Many people have done it. Phil Lyman is one of them who did that, and many others have done that. Every person to a person, there's not one person who did that and didn't help me. They didn't just say, wow, you're good. They were in tears. They couldn't believe what happened to me and my family. And if you don't think this is a spiritual war, if you don't think there's reason for me to be attacked with the success we've had over 20 plus years rescuing children, if you don't think Satan hates children, children are in the image of God. He can't hit God in his throne. He wants to. He hits the closest thing to God, which is children. This whole episode, which is why I have to respond, it has done nothing but hurt children. Okay, you be the judge. You've seen my responses. Watch Backfire. Watch the other content I'm putting out. This entire interview, and I don't blame Greg really. I think Greg could have done a better job. I think he's honest, and I think he'll admit that he probably shouldn't have platformed this guy. But I don't know. I don't hate Greg. I don't know Greg. I'm not going to judge him. I'm certainly not going to do to him what he's done to me and just diagnose him as being a narcissist or whatever. I will say that he didn't call me. But had he called me, I would have done with him like I did with Phil Lyman. I would have had him come in if he wanted to come in, and he would have seen the whole story, and he would probably be defending me right now. Everybody else has. It's 100%. I promise you that. 100% of the people who came to me. Why is Congress coming to me? Why are they wasting their time with me? They're all over me. They're asking me for my help in Syria. They're asking for my help with a bunch of other big, huge cases that we're working all around the world. Why is that? If I'm discredited, just look who I'm working with. Go look at my social media. I have to put that stuff out, not because I'm a narcissist, because I have to defeat people who are working for the other side, like Ryan Fisher. Yeah, I stand by that. Ryan does work for traffickers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Did you hear what he just said earlier? I couldn't believe it. Those kids, he blamed the kids who were being raped. He blamed them by using some crazy argument that pedophiles use about laws of consent. I would explain it. Yeah, he's definitely 100% on the side of traffickers. I stand by that. That's the second truth I've heard Ryan say today.
And their lawyers also. And so anybody that criticizes him or doesn't give him what he wants, like a true narcissist, he'll try and smear and attack. And I think it's just as childish as that. Is he's not getting his way and he's throwing a temper tantrum, even though he doesn't have any evidence of these claims.
Everything I say is backed up. I would never say something that I can't back up. I can't do it. And if I was doing what Ryan's saying, he exposed me, Ryan Fisher. He figured out by the U.S. Congress and the White House, Ambassador Huckabee, the government of Israel, they can't figure it out. But they keep calling me to come help them with things, big things that you're going to see. Again, Hidden War, thank goodness is coming out right now. Consider the sources. Ryan is not a source. Go ahead.
Any evidence, I think he'd put those forward. But so far, he's just making claims without providing any evidence.
Go to my link tree, look at my countersuits. I promise you that Greg Mattson has never read my countersuits. He wouldn't have done this podcast if he had done that. And he should do that. That's called being Matthew 18 compliant, and it's called being a responsible researcher and podcaster. I think he would agree to that. I think he's an honest guy. I do. I think he got confused in all this, and he's concerned. I get it. He's concerned. He's mixing my voice with other voices that are saying things that I think are irresponsible about SRA. I get it. You understand, the stuff that I'm providing is going to Congress. I'm not going to lie to Congress. I have an attorney named Mark Eisenhut. He works for one of the biggest, most acclaimed law firms. He himself, a Stanford graduate. I have not been able to pay him, even close. Why does he keep doing this? Why would Mark Eisenhut waste his valuable time to the tune of millions of dollars and work for free for me? Because he knows I'm innocent. He is fact-based, evidence-based. Read his work. Go read the transcript from the hearing of Celeste Boris. Why did the judge dismiss her case and call her a liar? Why? Because I had evidence. Everything I say has evidence. Why have all these cases been dismissed? Because I provided evidence to get them dismissed. The proof is all there for you. I can lead you to water, but I can't force you to drink. But I understand what Greg's doing, and I actually respect it. He's worried. He's worried because I am exposing what is a legitimate deep state, which is prophesied, Greg, you should know this. Read D&C 101, 11 through 44 through 66. Read D&C 112, upon my house it shall begin. Read all of Isaiah, and it's prophesied. So the things I'm exposing actually bear testimony of the truthfulness of the gospel and prove that Joseph Smith was a prophet, because he prophesied that all these things were going to happen. But I understand where Greg's coming from. I might be doing the same thing right now. He's getting worried because he hasn't done his research, so he's pitted me with other people. That's the only fault I can find in Greg. But it's easy to forgive that. I think he's an honest guy based on what his friends have told me. So I think he will show this, and I think he'll take a deeper look. But I understand the position he's in. I mean, he wants to defend the gospel, and so do I. We're both doing the same thing. Like I said in my press release, which you should also read, I said, I am not attacking something you love. Okay, I'm attacking something you hate that has infiltrated, as per prophecy, something you love. That's it. That's what I'm doing. So Greg and I are actually, if he came and talked to me, he would be 100% aligned with me. I really believe that. And Greg, if you want to come in, I will talk to you privately, because there's lots of things I can't say publicly. But I would do that if you would like to do that. I offered the same thing to Eric Mustos. Let me tell you, Eric Mustos is very irresponsible. He came out and defamed me all over the place. He called my team. He called Phil Lyman, sent a text to Phil Lyman. It's worse than you think. And Lyman told him to pound sand. He's like, I talked to Tim. Have you? So I made the same invitation to Eric. I said, Eric, you've defamed me left and right, up and down, and he lied. There's several places where he absolutely lied. I invited him he wanted to come talk to my team, so I instructed my team to have him come up and talk to me. I sent him a text through an intermediary, and I said, come up and talk to me. It takes 4.5 hours, I've timed it, and you will see the truth. Eric Mussos did not take that invitation. Why? There's only one conclusion, because he's afraid that he defamed me. And he didn't take the invitation, but he was willing to come up and spew his side. By the way, his witnesses are Ryan Fisher. He says, I got sources. Ryan Fisher, David Jacobs, who have exposed to the moon and back. Krista Casey, who's a proven liar and likely going to jail in 2 jurisdictions. Those are his sources. Ryan Fisher is the source of Eric Mustos. And now he's trying to become the source of Greg Mattson. Greg, don't go down this path. Please, come talk to me. Why would I invite you to come talk to me if I was afraid? I promise you, I know the result. It's 100%. If you talk to me, you will align. You will. You will see that I am not speaking anything but the truth, backed by actual evidence. I stand by that.
To any victims, I don't know that he has any documents. He's just making threats to try and intimidate and threaten Doug Anderson in the PR department.
Ryan, has Tim Ballard done projects associated with the church? You just provided evidence. You provided evidence. You literally just said, you took it out of context to your benefit. You said that Elder Ballard was trying to do movies about me. Is that a project with the church? I did multiple projects with the church, with Elder Ballard, with Elder Renland, with Elder Bednar, with Deseret Book. Last time I checked, and you know this is true, the church owns Deseret Book. Deseret Book gave me back all my IP like a week or 2 after they excommunicated me. I didn't even ask for it. Why'd they do that? Because they felt bad, because they knew it was a lie. They don't give their IP back to members in good standing. Okay? So you have admitted that I did projects with the church. That was part of your testimony earlier in this interview. Doug Anderson said, I've never done projects associated with the church. So you just refuted yourself just in this analysis right here. So Doug Anderson did lie. Now you're saying that he didn't lie. You're saying that Doug Anderson told the truth. So you have to make the statement that what you just said was that I've never done projects associated with the church. You just said that because you said that I don't have any evidence to go after Doug Anderson's lie. But again, you just referenced projects I did with the church. Which one is it? You can't have it both ways. This is what happens when you lie. Okay? Oh, the tangled webs we weave. When at first we practice to deceive. Ryan is deceiving you. Okay, and he just got caught in one of those webs, didn't he? Right now. Just right now, in this one single analysis. Okay, go ahead.
And make the general authorities scared that they need to reinstate him, give him what he wants, like a spoiled little toddler. Really, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, again, it's a narcissistic move. That it's just odd. I mean, there's a chance, honestly, we know this through the gospel, there's a chance for everyone to humble themselves, get a broken heart and a contrite spirit, and kind of look back and say, okay, maybe I need to change some things in my life. And that's just not going on with him at all. It's the exact opposite, it seems.
Okay, thank you for saying it seems. It's not true. I sin daily, okay? I am constantly trying to improve myself. It was a very difficult decision for Catherine and I to come out together and speak the truth. I told the church attorney, David Jordan, I said, look, we can do this quietly. It's been 2 years. We can cleanse this quietly. I didn't even ask for my membership back. I don't know what that even means anymore. My covenants haven't been touched. I will not get rebaptized. So I'm not seeking that. I'm not even asking for that because I will never do it. Okay, my covenants weren't touched. The people that did this, they violated their covenants clearly, as Isaiah said they would do. Okay, but your conclusion is completely backwards. It's completely backwards. Okay, I wanted to do this quietly. I did not want to come out and expose the deep state of the church, the infiltrators, those who profess to be prophesied of. They would come into the kingdom at this time in the end times. I didn't want to do it. If I wanted to do it, I could have done it right away. If I wanted to scream and cry like a little toddler, I would have done it over the 2 years before I did it. I was being Matthew 18 compliant. They refused to come to the table and talk to me. I asked for a meeting with Elder Renlund, with Elder Bednar. I don't know if they got the message, but they didn't meet with me. Why am I trying to meet with them? I wanted to do this quietly and see if they could do this cleansing quietly. But I was assured through crickets that they weren't going to do that. So I said, look, I'm going to have to come out and expose the truth of this so that I can keep working and saving kids without this lie of a cloud following me around. This was not an easy thing to do. This is not a toddler's having a tantrum. It's certainly not that. Certainly not that. It's everything but that. I tried every avenue I could to do this quietly. And it was tearful, prayerful that Catherine and I together decided to come out and expose the truth because children are being hurt by the lie. That's it. It's that simple. And if you watch Backfire, you'll know that what I'm saying is true. And the documentation will follow that as well. I'll put that out at the same time so you can read all the receipts written by incredible law firms who at this point have been working for free because they know that I'm telling the truth.
It's really too bad. My concern with Tim, above all, now that everything's happened so far, that's in the past that he's done and the things that he's ruined and the people he's ruined, is moving forward. I have people that have been listeners for several years of the program, and all of a sudden they're showing up in the comments and they're talking about, well, there's enough evidence now on the SRA stuff, and I think Tim Ballard's right, and there's a big, deep conspiracy, and I'm settled now. I think this is all real. Yeah. And I'm just, I've got a few of those comments. I'm like, this is insane, that someone would think. I know that Tim is very convincing, and I know that he fights for these ideals, or apparently fights for these ideals that people can really be emotionally compelled to be a part of, right? And I think that's what he's used all along. But at this point, where he is directly fighting against the church,
I'm not. I've made that very clear. I am fighting against the deep state of the church. The press release literally says Tim and Catherine Ballard versus the deep state, the deep church. That's all. They're infiltrators. I am not attacking something you love. I love the same thing. I'm attacking something you hate that has infiltrated something you love.
Insane accusations against church leaders.
Show me the receipts. What insane accusation have I made against church leaders? Any accusations I made are backed up by multiple facts. You have not done your homework, Greg. You just haven't.
And the church as a whole, I worry that people are going to fall into his little spell and start believing what he's saying because they've put credibility in him before. At a moral level, right? It's not just, okay, I believe at a moral level, they've committed to him and supported him. And I think
it's so ironic to me. It's so ironic that Greg is talking to a guy who legitimately is an anti-Mormon. He has said so many defamatory things about the church. And he's sitting there consoling with him, saying that I'm doing what Ryan Fisher does on a regular basis. He's on this podcast, this anti-Mormon podcast, connected to John Dehlin. Carol Burrell, I think her name is. Okay? It's so insane. That is insane. Like, Greg, you are interviewing somebody who's a co-host with one of the biggest anti-Mormons on the planet, Carol Burrell, who partners with John Dehlin. That's who you are talking to right now about your concerns about the church. Do you not see the irony in this? That's why all your friends reached out to you and said, what are you doing platforming a legitimate anti-Mormon who's had his name removed from the church? I'm bearing testimony of the gospel, not of the deep state. I'm bearing testimony of the gospel of Jesus Christ and the Book of Mormon all the time. Why would I be doing that? Because I know it's true. And I know the prophecies are true, and we're seeing those things be realized right now in the real world.
I know what you're talking about personally because I was very close to him. I revered him. I love this guy. We worked closely together, and it caused me to turn a blind eye to these red flags.
I have to repeat again. I pushed him out. He didn't push me out. The proof is in the pudding on that one. He's acting like he walked away from me when he saw these red flags. He's mad at me because I pushed him out for stealing money. I didn't pick his option to have him be the producer of the work we were doing. So what he's saying is just completely erroneous in every single way. He did not see red flags and walk away. I pushed him out, and he watched for anything he could jump on, anything about me, so that he could use my name to get on podcasts like Greg Madson's.
Because I wanted to believe the best about him, and he was involved in some really good things and some righteous crusades, you know?
Right.
And, but it's taken me a long time, especially like a lot of self-reflection over the last few years and getting to know some of the women that he's assaulted, to evaluate my own judgment. It's actually totally destroyed confidence in my own judgment, because if I go back and reflect on how many red flags I let go.
Again, he's flipping a narrative right now. That he saw red flags, took him forever to find it before he walked away. Back in 2017. I pushed him out of my life because of the red flags I saw.
I was the most passionate person about his book. I put it on TV. I created a tour about him. I was really passionate about the message. And that caused myself to put blinders on. Because once I categorized him as a righteous person doing God's work, then it was really hard for me to uncategorize him from that. Mm-hmm. And I'm really thankful that the church issued the statement that they did, calling his behavior immoral and unacceptable.
Ryan, I want you to come out and say that Tim Ballard never did projects associated with the church. Say it, since you're saying that's true. Say that Elder Ballard cut me off in violation of Matthew 5, Matthew 18, D&C 102. He didn't. This is the church you hate, by the way. You hate it. We all know how much you hate it. Okay, so don't pretend that somehow you're grateful for it all of a sudden, because they're telling lies. Easy to prove lies. No one should be okay with that. Greg, you shouldn't be okay with that either.
It just gives people an opportunity to open that door in their own mind. But like you're saying, a lot of people aren't opening that door, partially because he is weaving a conspiracy theory that Elder Ballard had his back all the way to the last day, that Elder Nelson was appalled President Nelson was appalled at his excommunication.
Yeah, the picture of Jesus fell from the wall.
I know.
A high councilman went in, I won't say his name, but he will talk to you. He went into the stake president and said, what are you doing? You violated every single scripture that Tim deserves to have applied in this situation. You didn't give him a counsel. You wouldn't even let a witness come in. Krista Casey told Todd Tuller and Tiffany Tuller that she was gonna go in and lie to the stake president, and she did. Todd Tuller showed up at the Kangaroo Court Council, and the stake president wouldn't let him in. Are you okay with that, Greg? And so all those things happened. The high councilman went in and said, you violated everything. The stake president got indignant and said he's the judge in Israel. He can do what he wants. He can override scripture. That's what he said. He can override the words of Jesus. That's what he said. And then the high councilman said, I'm leaving. I'm resigning from the high council because I can't be part of this. And in that moment, I wasn't there, but I believe this man because he has integrity, as evidenced by the fact that he had the courage to go in and point out mass wrongs. And he said the picture of Jesus fell off the wall in the minute that the stake president responded to his resignation by telling him he has to give him his temple recommend. How many more examples of exuding unrighteous dominion do you need to see? Jesus doesn't like that. I believe in Jesus. I believe in miracles and signs and symbols that he will give. One of those was his picture fell off the wall. That happened. You might not like that because it implicates a deep state, but it did happen.
Yeah, and so he's weaving this new narrative that he's still on God's side.
Another thing that happened, if you're paying attention, if you believe that Jesus intervenes in people's lives, I was up in Israel and going in to help the Christians in Syria, biggest rescue operations, most dangerous. Me and Matt Cooper. This is verified. Everything. I film it because you won't believe it if I do, and then I get accused of being a narcissist because I film it. But we did film it, and we went in. We were actually taken by ISIS on the way out. A miracle got us out. I won't cast my pearls right here on that one. But before I went, I was in the upper room, and I just absolutely just improv a message about what had happened to me over the last 2 years. And when I got to the part about the lukewarms, talking about the deep state who would use the name of Jesus to defile children, that's exactly what happened. A voice came into the upper room. We've verified it, we've checked it with videographers, with an IDF soldier who's an intel analyst, and they verified it. The voice says, deliver the rights. Deliver the rights, Tim. He says, the voice says, Tim says my name, deliver the rights. You can scoff and roll your eyes at that. That's what people did when Jesus manifested miracles as well. That's what the Pharisees did, and that's what's being exhibited right here on this interview. Now, you could say that's Beelzebub. That's the only other option, because you can't say the voice wasn't there. And you can say it's Beelzebub. That's what I expect the lukewarms to say, because that's what they said to Jesus when he was manifesting miracles. And this was another Jesus miracle. But by your fruits you shall know them. The fruits of those people I was talking about are a picture of Jesus falling off the wall while demanding the temple recommend and exuding unrighteous dominion. It is everything I just told you about the false kangaroo court that everybody should be upset about. That's all well documented. The lie that came from the PR committee and Doug Anderson, absolute verified lie. Okay, so that's their fruits. The stake president had to be taken home because he was shaking so violently. That's not the fruits of the Spirit. But the fruits of what happened after the voice showed up in the upper room saying deliver the rights was multiple miracles that got us into a very grateful nation of Jews and Christians in Syria, a cause that we're still fighting to liberate them from ISIS. ISIS, in the meantime, takes the Doug Anderson lie, their propagandists at Al Jazeera and other places, to try to discredit me so the Jews will reject me. They won't do it. Okay, they're going to take another action, which I'm not going to talk about right now. Okay, so by your fruits you shall know them, and I stand by the fruits that have followed me and my teams.
He knows what he did to these women. He knows that he was using Elder Ballard's name for his own business profits. I know that. I saw him drop Elder Ballard's name like it was an involuntary cough.
Ryan, give me one example where you heard me drop Elder Ballard's name. You know who Elder Ballard dropped my name? In two talks he gave, one at BYU, Idaho, and one in near Boston. He's the one that revealed our relationship, not me. And I was involved in lots of projects with Elder Ballard, including business projects that he asked me to participate in with him that had to do with getting the message of the American Covenant out. So I would tell in quiet circles people who I was instructed to tell that Elder Ballard was part of this or that project. He's the one that went public about our relationship, not me.
The whiteboard meeting that we've talked about on Kara Burrell's podcast and other podcasts goes into detail about how he was positioning Elder Ballard in his business endeavors to gain credibility, to help people support him. And so the church was absolutely right in denouncing him, that he was using Elder Ballard's name. I don't know about without authorization. I know Elder Ballard didn't want to be involved like on an official level, and Tim was putting him on a official level.
Anytime that Elder Ballard's name came out of my mouth, it was with permission from Elder Ballard. That whiteboard meeting, I don't have time to get into it. It's absolutely bizarre. It was me volunteering to a private group of people that Elder Ballard knew about to talk about what we were planning to do for free. There was no profit gain for me in this at all. This is when I left OUR, and I said, I'm going to volunteer my time. It was several heads of charities. Elder Ballard knew about it, about trying to help them with no profit to us at all. And the whiteboard manifests that. Okay, there was a traitor inside that group who I fired because he got not one, but two cease and desist letters given to him by Tony Robbins. That's a guy named Paul Hutchinson, who got the credibility of Ryan Fisher, truly, and that'll all come out soon enough. And I stand by everything on that whiteboard meeting. It's a joke. This is just Ryan just making something out of nothing.
But he was definitely using Elder Ballard's name for his own personal benefit. And he knows that. I mean, it's so well documented. I mean, he knows that.
It's so well documented that Ryan's not willing to give even one piece of documentation right now about that. That's how well documented it is.
He's angry. He's finger pointing. He's blaming everybody else. He's saying you're all working for the pedophiles and the traffickers. Like, I'm the bad guy. You're calling me the bad guy? In his mind, he's the most righteous dude ever, and he can't do anything wrong. And it goes back to, like, I think he took, the well-intended counsel from Elder Ballard about the ethical dilemmas he was in working in human trafficking. And he took that in his own mind as a get-out-of-jail-free card and just ran it off a cliff. And he's convinced himself that he can't do anything wrong, that he's never done anything wrong. And I mean, even though, like, in the documents for court and the filings, it's been exposed that he's paid $1.5 million to prostitutes.
I've never even heard of that one. Absolute lie. Absolute lie. If we paid money to people who acted as prostitutes, it's because they were also traffickers or informants. It wouldn't even come near $1 million, maybe a couple $1,000s over the course of multiple investigations. The prostitutes often are the traffickers or their witnesses. And we have, with law enforcement, paid for information. But yeah, I'll stand by that very legitimate tactic of paying people for information that have access to dark places or are dark people that we might have to pay to get into a brothel, or we might have to pay to get into a certain club where children are being raped in the basement. Another example of calling evil good and good evil.
But he wants us to believe that nothing immoral or sexual ever happened. Like, nothing. And so,
yeah, right. and again, I've spoken to some of these women, and it's absolutely not true. I mean, based on these women's accounts. Anyway.
Based on these women's accounts, Greg, why did they change their story 4 times? Why have almost all the cases been dismissed? And have you read my countersuits at all? Because if you did, you'd be like, whoa, I have an abundance of exculpatory evidence proving that they're lying, and the courts have agreed with me.
Yeah.
And they were describing very similar things individually of kind of how he would operate.
You mean like Krista Casey? I know she talked to you. The one that told Todd Tula that she lied, and Todd made a declaration to that effect? Like her?
Yeah, tell me more about that.
I'll put that. But I was actually this was in September. I had just gone that summer to the Sound of Freedom premiere. I had Tim on the show. So, all of a sudden, you come into September and everything hits the fan. The Vice article comes out. I'm in Egypt at the time. I'm in Cairo, and I'm having to stay up all night because everyone else here is, working through this during the day. And I'm getting on the phone with people about what's going on. And I've got sources that are bringing witnesses and the women.
Did you ever call me, Greg? I have a phone. We have many mutual friends. I don't know you personally. Those friends know I'm innocent. Why do they know I'm innocent? I won't say their names. You know who they are. They're the same ones who reached out to you and said, what in the world are you doing platforming this guy? Did you come to me? Do you know what the Savior says in Matthew 5? About go to the person, hear the other side of the story? Are there ever two sides to a story, Greg? You know that. You're a podcaster. Did you even attempt to get my side? Have you accessed any of the publicly available information, the court documents, the dismissals? Does that weigh in at all?
Knew the women and brought them in. And so I'm interviewing them for, each of them about an hour while I'm in Egypt and trying to get as much information on this as I can. I end up doing an episode on this.
But just like that interview, just like this interview, you didn't bother to reach out to anyone on my side, including your friends who know I'm innocent.
The reason I didn't at the time go into specifics is because, you've got a journalistic background. I don't, but I knew it would be unethical to go after someone so high profiled without having names.
Do you think you should go after someone high profile without talking to that person? I don't think you need a journalistic background to think that is the fair thing to do. And here we are 2.5 years later with court documents proving that they're liars. Is that important? You have had plenty of time since your first interview to look at those documents.
Yeah, it's changed since then, but I didn't know who I was speaking with. And so I just felt that on the 1% chance that somehow somebody hired an actress or something to get on the phone with me, I'm not going to do that.
How about the 100% chance that someone hired an actress? They're all actresses. That's why we hired them.
But it was very obvious to me what was happening and that these women were real and that they were telling the truth.
I have been through hell and back with my family, spent millions of dollars to prove I'm innocent. The documentation has been sitting publicly for 2 years, and you don't bother to consult it?
It was all a ruse, as you say. It wasn't the couple's ruse that he was looking for. It was Tim's ruse.
Then why were children rescued with every single one of them without me having to have sex with them or prostitutes? That was the point. It was successful. It's proven to be successful. Proven. I can't put more material out that I have to verify what I'm saying.
He was trying to get something done that was not just trying to help the kids based on what they were saying. And it seemed very obvious it was true. There was an awful lot of detail and names.
They're amazing liars. I hired them because they're good liars. They're good at manipulating. They're good at improv. They're good at saying things. That's how we rescued kids with them. They were promised a ton of money to do what they did.
At the time. But yeah, it was very obvious. There was someone else on the phone in those interviews also that was...
His name is David Jacobs. David Jacobs didn't get sued like everybody else did, including former CEOs who had been fired. Everyone got sued but David Jacobs. You'll see what happens to that source. Okay, he's about as good as Ryan Fisher.
It was concerning at the time. It was very concerning on understanding, okay, what is in his mind at this time and how is he accomplishing all of this and how is he using his profile, his status, and this moral directive of we got to save the kids.
Yeah. And were you also afraid of coming out in opposition to Tim in any way?
No, I've never been afraid of that. I'm not afraid of that now.
Yeah, a lot of people are, and rightfully so.
I know people that have been attacked by him that did come out, and they've gone after.
I've attacked their lies. If you want to misinterpret that, what would you do? Sit back and say nothing? Yeah, I attacked their lies, and I countersued every single one of them, and I'm just getting started on the lawsuits. Why would I do that? Why would I? Okay, here's an example. Celeste Boris, the case was dismissed. I think this is a very important point. The case was dismissed. Her case was dismissed because of perjury and other things. Why don't I rescind my lawsuit against her? Why am I still taking her to court? If I'm guilty of something, this is the time to take my win and run for the hills. Why do I want to rehash everything and give her another opportunity to talk in court? Why am I proceeding with my lawsuit against Celeste Boris when her lawsuit against me has been dismissed? Because I'm telling the truth, and I welcome her to come back into the court and say whatever she wants to say, because I will destroy that argument. I will attack that argument. You can pretend that I'm attacking people in a tantrum, but why am I not rescinding my lawsuit against her? It makes no sense unless I'm telling the truth and I know I will win in court. Why would I give her the opportunity to come back and say more truths against me? Because they aren't truths.
And so I understand that. I'm not as concerned about that. It's not like I don't worry about it. I mean, sure, I think he may do something on this interview.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to it, and I'm going to give you a chance to be Matthew 18 compliant and hear my side of the story. That's what I'm going to do. I'm welcoming you to come talk to me. Will you take that invitation?
I was more concerned about being right, I guess, to someone who's already got a high profile and making sure that I had all my I's dotted and T's crossed, so to speak, on everything. And I think that if I had a journalistic background, I think that's exactly what it would teach me, right? Is you've got to have these things, you've got to know. I knew the sources of who was bringing me these interviews, but it wasn't enough for me.
And even more so, Greg, it shouldn't be enough for you because we've been to court. I'm working now more than ever. I'm busier than ever. Why on earth would Ambassador Huckabee work with me? Or the Druze people or Congress keep calling me? Why am I working with the highest levels of State Department right now on one of the most sensitive cases ever? Why? Because they know I'm innocent.
But you're talking about it now because you feel that there's enough evidence in the court documents to paint a pretty clear picture of who he is and what he was about.
If there was a time to take that chance, it would have been back in 2023. How come Eric Mustos isn't talking anymore? Where's Jimmy Rex? How come no one but Greg Mattson is now talking about this? Because they apparently are following the story. Greg's not following the story. Why is no one talking about it? I'm so surprised that now Greg, after there's been time to see the truth, and almost all the cases have been dismissed, they've certainly all been proven to be liars and in bed with traffickers. This is bizarre to me. This is the time you choose? Where's everybody else? How come everyone else isn't like, oh, Tim got proven wrong in court? Because the opposite is true. Greg's the only one talking about this now. Where are the other podcasters? Come on, come talk. Because they're watching and they're like, oh, shoot, we were wrong. I hope I don't get sued by Tim. That's what they're doing. I know for a fact that's what they're doing. It's a weird, very weird time to come out after we've had 2 years to prove the truth.
It's just that in the last couple of months, in what he's doing now, and going directly after the church.
The deep state of the church. Greg, you're going to see they're lying, and you're not going to be okay with it. You're not going to be okay with it. Someone told me, I can't remember who, that you said to them that you're very disappointed in how the church handled my excommunication. Again, not to beat a dead horse. How they did it tells you why they did it. If I was guilty, they'd have no reason to deny every witness, to deny everything, to lie to a tabloid magazine. Why? Why would you do that unless you are covering something? There's no other conclusion.
And just kind of this, it's almost like a cult-like behavior to me, is I just, and then having people respond to what he's posted in the last couple of months in a way where I understand people are falling for this. You know, then that's kind of what it was like. Okay, I need to talk about this a little bit more. We need to do something about this, and it's not going the way it should with him. Again, where you humble yourself and repent and try and move forward with your life. It seems to be going the exact opposite direction, and I'm concerned for people that might follow him. That's why I want to speak about it.
Greg, the fact that you've platformed this guy, I've caught him in how many lies so far? Obvious lies. In your face, obvious lies. It tells me that you have not done your homework at all. You would never platform him if you had been Matthew 18 compliant.
Well, I mean, thanks for speaking about it, because you have a totally different audience from most of the podcasts I've appeared on.
Because the only people that have platformed him are anti-Mormons and people that you would consider, Greg, who are crazy. You're the first one that gave this guy a voice in a legitimate podcast. That's the only reason I'm even doing this.
I've been shocked, but not totally surprised at the following that he still has. Like if you read through the comments on his social media and stuff, there are people that are still like, "We believe in you, Tim. We never doubted. We know the bad guys are after you."
Because they're following the story. They're following the court cases. Do you know I won in court on July 18th? I've referenced it. Judge Todd Shaughnessy. The whole house of cards fell down in that one. Deseret News reported, they said that I only won on a technicality because they said that the stolen emails, because they were obtained illicitly, they couldn't be used in court, but they were key evidence according to Deseret News. Page 56 of the 58-page report, ruling, said that there was nothing in the emails whatsoever that backed up anything they were saying, because there wasn't. That's a pretty good clean bill of health. They had access to like 30,000 emails and couldn't find one thing that backed their story. They just stole them and put them in to make it look like, to make the filing this big to this big. That's why they did it. And the judge caught them and dismissed the case. That's a very big deal for a judge to dismiss a case. There has to be a lot of exculpatory evidence for me, and a lot of evidence that they perjured themselves, which is exactly what he said multiple times in the ruling. Greg, why don't you read it? Why don't you read it? It's right there. And Deseret News lied. That's when Catherine turned to me and said, "We have to go do backfire now. I can't believe this. I can't believe that she's reading this headline that is a lie by Deseret News, who's been running cover for the other liars from day one."
You're doing God's work. Keep up the good fight. And it just comes from like this. Has 10 years to build this audience. Probably a lot of those people, some of those people are people that came on our tours and had a genuine spiritual experience in Tim's presence about the miracles that we've been talking about.
I think there's probably 200 people total that I've ever taken tours on. I have well over 1 million people following me across all the social media platforms, and that's only growing. So I guess you guys are just way smarter than all those people who are actually following the story and following our work, and they know we're rescuing children. This, again, I can't emphasize enough, this entire interview has done nothing but bring out lies that are hurting kids. That's what's happening here. Greg, I don't think you meant to do that, but that is the result of this interview.
Inspired by his books. And, but I think I guess probably the one message I would have for those people is that anybody is susceptible to falling. Anybody is susceptible to taking a path of darkness. And so just because Tim was doing something that was inspiring to me and a lot of people previously doesn't mean that everything that he's doing is in the same effort that he's, I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but I think he also had elements of this narcissistic, self-destructive, like self-aggrandizing behavior before, but it was all kept under check, under wraps, just like all of us that have vices that we're always trying to deal with, you know, everybody does. But it's like, which wolf do you feed, you know? And he ended up feeding the wolf that was self-aggrandizing, narcissistic, vindictive, and wanting to attack anybody and everybody that had anything negative to say about him. And that's what we're seeing today. But I don't know how to get through to people to like open their minds.
I think everybody's mind's been open right now who's got to this point in this interview. Ryan has been exposed how many times?
Because some people are just really even just absolutely closed to the possibility, probably because they read his books. They had, you know, a spiritual manifestation that some things in his books or something he was saying was true and resonated with them. And so from then on, he's doing God's work, and he can't fall from grace, and they won't believe any of these lies about him, regardless of how much evidence there is, regardless of how many testimonies there are of people coming out, and regardless of how contradictory his behavior is from the very religion and scripture that we all grew up learning about, you know?
Yeah.
It's this cognitive dissonance between this person that projects himself as a servant of God.
This is a guy, again, I'm going to say it again. He's Carol Burrell partner. He is an anti-Mormon, Greg. He's an anti-Mormon, and he's referring to the scriptures that he is attacking every day on his podcasts. The irony here is fantastic. It's unbelievable.
But some people can't see it, and I don't know how to get through to those people.
Well, it goes all the way up to the point of some people that I think are still close to him believe he's some kind of almost messianic figure. Mm-hmm. Right? I've heard messianic figure. I've heard the Davidic servant.
Yeah.
I've heard all these things, and I'm like, are you kidding me? And so it's a sense that, okay, this is someone. Of course, he has to be outside the church. He's got to be outside the church to be able to bring forward the real, true message that's got to be brought. Mm-hmm. And it's a bad path, and people need to know that it is a very dangerous, bad path to go down. Mm-hmm. To reject the actual servants of God. I don't know. It's that, again, that's why I'm speaking about this, and because I just see so much of this. I know people that have been close to him, and I know at least a couple that are still close to him.
Yeah, the ones who reached out to you and said, what are you doing? Who came to me. I won't say their names, you know who they are. They're very respectable people. The only reason they're close to me is because they came to me and they looked at the evidence and they stayed with me. And I promise that if you're honest, I think you are, and you take my invitation, you will have the same conclusion. You'd be the first one not to if you took the time.
Yeah, and the other, I mean, he's so good. I hate giving him credit, but I got to give him credit where credit's due. Like, he's so good at manipulating people because he's got an answer for everything. And one of the other answers that he's given is like, Joseph Smith was attacked in the same way. Joseph Smith was accused of sexual impropriety. Joseph Smith had to, start his own church. I think he's foreshadowing.
I will never start my own church. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is the restored gospel on this planet. I've never varied. I've never strayed from that conclusion. In fact, I believe more than ever, because what happened to me is a manifestation of what you read about in the scriptures. And yes, it is true that people who are doing God's work get attacked. I'm imperfect. I repent every day. Okay? But it is true. It is true. You know this is true. You don't think that you're taking on Satan and punching him in the balls every day, rescuing children? You don't think I'm going to be attacked? That's not a logical conclusion that could be a possibility here? That's not possible. That it is true, that there is some likeness with someone like Joseph Smith? Of course it's true. So can you at least consider that this is spiritual war? You know this guy's a liar. Okay, you know he's a liar. Why is he having to lie? I've proven it. Just right now, I can prove it even further. So he's definitely persecuting falsely. So why wouldn't everybody else be? He's their voice. He's the one they've chosen to come on your podcast. He manifests exactly what you need to hear. He is the persecutor. And what's so ironic, this guy persecutes Joseph Smith all the time. He's a walking example of what you're talking about, of what I'm talking about.
But he compares himself in a lot of these rants to Joseph Smith.
Besides what I just said now, because you brought it up, give me one example where I compared myself to Joseph Smith. In my appeals letter, I did mention spiritual warfare and that people get attacked. I think that my lawyer might have referenced Joseph Smith in that private letter. Okay, besides that, you said I compare myself to Joseph Smith. Show me where I did that. Except for right now, only because you brought it up and it is a true principle.
Belief in Joseph Smith is like, well, if I gave Joseph Smith a pass there, maybe I should give Tim a pass here also. And so he really muddies the water on what using people's beliefs to support his own causes.
Yeah. Yeah, and does it all in the name of Jesus.
When I stand for truth, I am doing it in the name of Jesus. What was done in the name of Jesus was lie. Doug Anderson used the name of Jesus to lie about me never doing product with the church, about Elder Ballard having cut me off. Okay, everything else, whatever else they said, we know that's a lie. And they used the name of Jesus Christ to deny me my rights in Doctrine and Covenants 102 to have a council, to have witnesses, no witnesses. That's what the stake president said, because I'm your judge in Israel. That was done in the name of Jesus Christ. Okay, so let's be clear about what's being done in the name of Jesus Christ. Okay? And again, the irony of him using Joseph Smith when he attacks Joseph Smith and attacks the thing you love. He's the guy that's your enemy, Greg. He's the guy. Go look at his podcasts. He's dedicated his life to attacking the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and here I am testifying of it, including the bad parts that infiltrate into it. Again, the irony is so thick.
So anyway, Ryan, thanks so much for coming on. Is there anything else you want to say that you didn't get out yet, or?
No, I mean, I just really appreciate you bringing attention to this. I've taken huge risks personally, litigation-wise, like speaking out against him, but it's because I feel so passionately.
You've taken huge risks because you decided to defame me for the last 2 years, and I likely will be suing you because that's what you have to do when someone is lying and that lie is hurting children. Again, do I need to prove he's a liar? Everybody who's watched to this point knows that Ryan Fisher is a liar. I think there's been multiple examples just right here showing you that he's lying. And remember who you're talking to. A guy who attacks Joseph Smith, attacks the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints all the time on his anti-Mormon podcast that he does with Carol Burrell.
And so I really appreciate you bringing attention to this and for having the courage just to step out. There's not a lot of podcasters in your position that have really been willing to take this leap.
Because they don't want to defame. That's why they're not doing it. I'll repeat myself. They did it before the evidence was in, they were doing it. Why did they stop doing it? Because they know that they defamed me. All right, and I want to thank, Greg, if this was courageous of you to do this, which based on the information you had, I guess it is, I would like you to be courageous enough to come talk to me and my attorneys and sit down in a private meeting where I can show you things that I can't reveal publicly yet. And if you're honest, like your friends say that you are, I trust these guys, you will take me up on this invitation. The same one that Eric Mustos rejected, okay? It's gonna take 4.5 hours, I'm willing to do that. And I hope that you will provide your audience with this side of the story and let them be the judge, and then I'll let you have access to even more information. I do trust that if you came in that you would respect the certain things that I'm not gonna say, I can't say. I'm literally a federal witness right now. Again, why is Congress taking me seriously on this stuff? Do you want children to be raped inside Utah? Do you want people to use the name of Jesus Christ to lie about me, my mission? Are you open to the idea that there are cover-ups going on? Okay. And I'm only here to defend children because I think your show is legitimate enough that it could actually hurt children. That's the line that I draw where I step in. And that's what I've done today. And again, I'm actually grateful for this. I think it's a net positive to have an opportunity to respond. I am innocent of these things. I'm not a perfect person by any stretch, but I am not guilty of the things they've accused me of. And the proof is out there. What a weird time to come on and do this podcast. At a time, I understand why you did it because you think I'm attacking something you love, but I'm going to end by repeating again, I am not attacking something you love. I'm attacking something you hate if you're willing to come look. I'm attacking something you hate that has infiltrated something you love.
Talk about these hard subjects, talk about this in this way. So I really appreciate you doing that. I started a Substack to put some articles more about this experience if anybody wants to follow me there.
And Greg, you can go to @TimBallard89 and go to my link tree, and you'll find that everything I said is backed with an abundance of evidence. I invite you to do that as well.
Get that message out there.
All right, Ryan, appreciate your time and your courage.
Okay.
We'll do a lengthy analysis if Ryan ever puts this out, probably. But I think I've said enough. You guys be the judge and have a very blessed day. Thanks for listening.